Good morning. I'm really pleased to welcome our partners from EITLs all across the CLC and the staff. Today we are meeting together to deal with a flagship call information session. We will have the opportunity to go through the in-depth descriptions of the flagship. We are moving forward to bring additional and new opportunities and collaboration activities for our partners. So this morning we will have the pleasure to welcome Céline Carrera, our EITL's Director of Education, that will introduce to all of us a dedicated flagship so far with regard to the new models for healthcare delivery. Cristina Bescos, our EITL's Director of Innovation, that will introduce another flagship related to the harnessing the power of health data for innovation, research, and public health. Kurt Holler, our Managing Director for Business Creation, that will introduce to all of us the flagship related to the digital medical devices and diagnostics. And Séverine Lacharme, who will detail the flagship concept and the how it will be orchestrated within the organization and with our partners so far. So today we are introducing to the flagship strategy, what will change and what will not change actually over time. We will informing you with regard to the webinar tour and the matchmaking that will be organized by the Collocation Center and the Q&A session with our partners. So when it comes to this agenda, so let's say that you will have a short break between the flagship descriptions and before moving forward with the change, the webinar series, the matchmaking events, and the Q&A session. So first of all, just to let you know that we decided to focus on flagship initiative that has been developed through the increased partner dialogue with the new strategic focus aiming to maintain this dynamic using the EITL strategic agenda as the starting point for any route. So meaning that, as you can imagine, we are not, let's say, reforming our strategic agenda with our expected targeted impact we would like to generate within the organization and the ITL's community. However, we decided to be much more focused on the partner centricity, listening our partners from academia, industry, healthcare providers, innovators, and investors to co-develop together this flagship concept that will gathering to our partners much more opportunity of collaboration within the ecosystem at the regional level, member state level, and the European Union over EU instruments as well. So this process is actually providing multiple inputs. Could you please give me the screen feedback on because I don't have the feedback. Multiple inputs into the development of new flagship concept, which will run alongside existing projects. We started with this journey with a partner survey and the ITL's partner forum to re-engage with our partners to make sure that we can develop accordingly this new way of working together with our partners. We tried to analyze and landscaping the European Union ecosystems to identify the mega trends and the main big challenges that we will have to tackle together in the upcoming years. And we started engaging the dialogue with European and European instruments or DGs alongside the member states to identify new opportunities of funding and co-funding to bring to our partners. And last but not least, it will give us the opportunity to fit with our organizational goals, leveraging our own resources at the regional innovation hub level as well, as you can imagine. So when it comes to this way of working, so EITLs will use the unique position to ensure the flagship have the best chance of success. For the flagship to be successful, we will make sure that we are establishing a cross-pillar coordination, so breaking down the activities toward the pillars. As you may know, we are dealing with the knowledge triangle principle, so education, business creation, and innovation, to make sure that we can engage our partners and stakeholders across disciplines. With a wide, diverse network of partners across education, business, and research organization, to make sure that our partners are benefiting from this new way of working, to gathering a collaborative innovation project, generating economic impact, making sure that this innovation will get access to the market, and developing a new economic impact by getting access to private investments to support the market access of these innovative products, solutions, or services. Then we started to engage a deep dialogue with European Union institutions, alongside all the DGs and the member states, to identify potential opportunity of funding or co-funding, making sure that we can collaborate together with these institutions, to create synergies and to leverage our own resources with some other EU instruments or member states instruments. This is a long-term view on the way to make it happen. From a sustainability perspective, we do expect to sustain the kick over time. That aims to act as a neutral platform. So EITLs could have to be perceived as a neutral platform, to engage the dialogue and to discuss with a regional council, member states, or DGs, European Union instrument, to support a systemic change together and leveraging together the innovation capacity in Europe, addressing the talent gap and the access to finance gap, which are three of the new innovation agenda of the European Commission so far. To make it happen, we shaped 4 flagships. The new models to deliver healthcare. So it's mainly focused on the outcomes that matters to patients, to deliver a new way of gathering services and solutions to patients. Facilitating the uptake of digital medical devices and diagnostics. And to make it happen, we are partnering with European Union network of health technology assessment bodies to create, concretely speaking, the first single market for digital medical devices and diagnostic reimbursement pathway. And then we are developing the flagship related to the data strategy, so harnessing the full potential of health data for innovation, research, and public health. Here we do expect to fleshing out the future European health data space with concrete initiative from education and collaborative project as well. And last but not least, we are close to announce a collaboration with member states with regard to the important project of common European interest to support the deployment of IPCA in health that aims to address specific market failures. So these flagship will offer a number of benefits for our partners from pharma industry, medtech companies, research organizations, university, hospital, universities, business school, medical engineering school, but also investors, to make sure that we can collaborate together to bring a concrete response to our partners and the patients and citizens so far. So it's time to handing over to Céline to start with the flagship related to new models for healthcare delivery. Céline, handing over to you.
Thank you, Jean-Marc. Good morning, all. So indeed, I'll take you through the first flagship. So this flagship is focusing on the new models of healthcare delivery. This challenge will be tackled through changing the paradigms of healthcare solution assessment by considering the outcomes that matter most to patients. There is very clear evidence from the paper published by EIT Health, the Implementing Value-Based Healthcare in Europe. It's been evidence that in the US, healthcare costs can be reduced by approximately 5% by implementing value-based healthcare principles. In Europe, it is estimated that the total healthcare cost reached about 1.1 trillion euros in 2020 alone. By deduction, we could reduce the cost and save Europe 54 billion euros. Beyond the value and the acuteness of the problem, this flagship is underpinned by the very positive feedback and strong support of partners with this thematic, and this is also very well aligned with EU policies. The key tenets of value-based healthcare is that healthcare should be driven by constant focus on delivering outcomes that truly matter to patients. This is center and core to value-based healthcare. The main barrier to achieving such is the lack of transparent and standardized outcome data. Another root cause of the slow progress of performance improvement in this area is the lack of clarity regarding the definition of value. So both cost and philosophical value, if I may say, are important, but ultimately improving health outcome is essential to creating value. And working back from the outcome that matter most to patients, we must align with the incentives for payers to finance based on these outcomes, and for providers and innovators to deliver these outcomes. Together with its partners, EIT Health aims to foster healthcare transformation by addressing precisely those barriers that have been identified. So these goals will be achieved by increasing awareness and skills in value-based healthcare and citizens and patients engagement. And that would be, for example, through the education activities that are being called for, or by identifying inequities and efficiency disparities that can be tackled through innovative value-based healthcare solutions, defining how healthcare delivery model can be restructured to yield measurable outcomes with high patient impacts. The value expected from engaging in this flagship is manifold, as you can see on that slide and as you can envisage. Collaboration between healthcare providers, payers, innovators, company, and healthcare stakeholders will lead to evidence generation and value-based reimbursement models validation, driving processes and service innovation in value-based care, to pathways for learners to entrepreneurship, but also importantly, translation in practice of value-based healthcare principles, and to deliver solutions to support value-based care in real-world setting. So now, what it means in terms of the flagship call that was launched last week, as you can see on the outline, here you have on the left the actual activities that are being called. So through education, we've taken a lifelong learning approach, starting with the winter and summer schools, addressing students, master level or doctoral level. And these summer schools will complement the EIT Health labeled fellowship. This labeled fellowship is a personalized learning pathway that will be shaped with the consortia selected in order to meet the standards that are prescribed by EIT. Indeed, the EIT label framework was updated last year, and it is including 2 new segments. Still, you have the labeled degree programs that you will know already, and you have the labeled fellowship and the labeled certification for lifelong learning. So here we are calling for the labeled fellowship. We're calling for modules. Some will be common to all the flagships, and some will be flagship relevant in terms of thematics. Finally, we're calling for modules on advanced principles of high-value care, and these modules will be hosted, as well as all the online contents, on the EIT Health Academy platform. Through these modules, we are targeting lifelong learners, and we aim to cater for their continuing professional development needs. In innovation, there's a service quality assessment call for projects. The aim is to see innovative collaboratives involving multiple stakeholders, from healthcare providers to payers, that will yield innovative solutions in value-based healthcare. The aim is to build more resilient healthcare systems that work based on value and not on volumes. These projects will last maximum 30 months and should end by December 2025. And finally, we are calling for one boot camp around this flagship. It will focus on supporting startups with a focus on value-based approach towards the evaluation and assessment of innovation being adopted on scalability and replicability, business models and reimbursements. On the second table on this slide, you can see the 3 cuts-off that you may be familiar with now. This is a 1-year call with 3 cuts-off. And for the new models of healthcare delivery, the summer-winter schools, but also the advanced modules are being called on the first cutoff, as well as the service quality assessment innovation projects, which are called at all the cutoff. That's all for me, and now I'm passing the floor to Kurt. Thank you.
Thank you, Celine. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Do you remember these pictures? Actually, this picture includes, for me, so many positive experiences that we had over the past years. So, the first summit that we had during the pandemics, I had the pleasure to have Gottfried Ludwig with us. Gottfried Ludwig is the one who invented the DIGA system in the German healthcare system. So that's when the DIGA idea, like helping startups to get reimbursement for digital medical applications before they actually have shown full evidence, so that companies get money already upfront. That was the first German idea, and he explained that at our EIT Health Summit. And then just a year later, we had the Health Tech Innovation Days here in Paris. And the French president, Emmanuel Macron, he did that announcement at our event that France will take up the same principle like Germany has provided up front. And they really kept their word, they kept their promise, and implemented the same system. So like 2 strong economies started with that. And I found that picture so amazing because the lady down there is a representative of the German Ministry of Health, and she put the picture of Macron with the subline Health Tech Innovation Days. In bracket would have been even nicer to put co-organized by EIT Health, but they didn't think so far. Nevertheless, she pointed out that this is the biggest step that Europe could imagine in the area of digital medicines. So 2 strong countries joining forces. And then in that meeting, in that very event, there were also many other European countries that explained that they either are on the same pathway or want to go the same direction. So for me, that was one of the most powerful moments and events where we could show that EIT Health has a strong impact and that we are rightly positioned and very well positioned on the European agenda, providing impact to not just startups and their business models, but also to the uptake of European healthcare innovation. Now, looking back to the pandemics, I'm pretty sure you also had some examples in your family or yourself that you thought about not going for everything, every issue that you had, going to the doctor or to hospital in person, but looking if there might be a medical app that might provide you a similar service, or like telemedicine approach or something like that. So the timing, the positioning was super well. Now looking a bit into some numbers, even if it's very obvious that this provides a huge advantage, 70% of the healthcare professionals still don't utilize digital solutions. So it's a huge opportunity that is still missed, or put it a bit positive, it's a huge opportunity for growing that market. The second number is that more than 50,000 European patent applications in the field of medical technology were filed in 2021, and almost half of them through European organizations. So that also shows the strength, the power of that very specific market. And last but not least, also want to show from a startup perspective that investors very much focus on that. So 15% of the total US VC funding in 2021, and we talk about 36 billion euro, were spent on digital health solutions in EU-based companies. So even US investors now look to Europe and really invested into European companies. We could see that also at EIT Health, as our EIT Health supported companies raised more than 800 million euro in total. and a significant percentage of that went into digital health companies. And just a fun fact to also exemplify that the huge market opportunity, in a recent discussion, I heard that 90% of the university hospitals and public hospitals have like all the equipment to exchange data on a digital way. And still, 95% of data exchange happens on paper. So that shows that there is a huge need to really move forward to make sure that we get that implementation done. Now, looking into the context, I already talked a bit about the overall history, so that the German DiGA system kicked off, and EIT Health played an important role, and I think a very clear signal, a very clear proof for the important role of EIT Health is that the French Ministry of Health has selected EIT Health to co-chair the European Task Force for Harmonized Evaluation of Digital Medical Devices. Now, what does that mean? Task Force for Harmonized Evaluations. Why do we need evaluations? In order to understand that, I just want to reiterate what the DiGA process, what the Digital Medical Devices process actually is. It means that you need to get already a registration as a medical product, Class 2A in Germany or Class 2B in France. And with that proof that your product is safe, you can apply for getting already reimbursement for a certain period of time, 12 months. And during that time, you can collect data to prove the effectiveness of your product. So you can start, once you have proven that it's safe, you can start collecting evidence on the efficiency and efficacy of your product. And after 12 months, there is a final decision if you have shown that there is value, and then you can keep your reimbursement. Otherwise, you drop out of the reimbursement scheme. Now, what does that mean? The regulatory part in the beginning for the security of the device, that's very clear. Everyone has clarity on how that works. Getting into the process of reimbursement is something that policy decision makers have set up now in Germany and France and are setting up now in other countries. But what is the missing piece? That's the collection of evidence. So that our startups, that our researchers are empowered to collect all the information in a standardized, harmonized way that allows them to prove after 12 months that they can keep the reimbursement. And that's something where EIT Health now has a strong power. So that's the goal. We want to not just work on the prescription and the fast-track reimbursement, but we also want to work and have to work on the harmonization of clinical evidence criteria. So that's a super strong positioning for what we are doing here at EIT Health, and where we need also your support, our partner support, and also our startup support. So the objectives of our flagship here is manifold. On the one hand, we need a strong upskilling element. So people that are working in that area needs to get educated and trained, because it's a new methodology, it's a new system. The second one, in the beginning I said, most of you guys have already had some interactions or some experience yourself with digital applications in that field. But the question is, was it always better than the conventional medicine? Is it a case where digital medical devices really provide better support than the gold standard that we have so far? And that's something that we also will have to evaluate. And the last item on the objectives is that we really also focus on patient-centered digital medical devices and support their acceleration in development, evaluation, and validation, certification, and the market access. Now, what is the value that basically is delivered to you, to the partners, to the startups? I think that's obvious. The business case is very clear. It's a new market, and if you are able to tap into that market, that is a super strong positioning. Also, in terms of research, that opens new research opportunities, and all the labs and chairs in that area have a huge opportunity. Education, I just talked about the upskilling, the need for upskilling. That is very clear that we have a strong opportunity to integrate learners into these new fields of innovation. And last but not least, healthcare delivery. I think that's also very, very clear. if we can improve healthcare delivery, if we can identify cases where digital medical devices have a stronger impact than the current gold standard, then this definitely will lead to an improvement of healthcare delivery. And by the way, most probably it will also save a lot of costs. So it has two perspectives to change the healthcare delivery system. Now just finishing with the right column, the guiding principles. I really would like you to have optimism on that topic, to have even enthusiasm. So really getting excited about that new opportunity. I think it's the biggest shift in healthcare that we have experienced in the past decades. And that's something where we here at EIT Health can really be part of. That's our strong impact to partners, that you can be part of the success story and that we make sure to implement that in a way that you can participate. The value of problem to solve, I think that's also very clear. Europe has been such a fragmented market. If you want to enter the market, if you want to roll out a product in Europe, that takes you forever compared to other markets like in the US. And in the digital medical devices sector, we have the unique opportunity to create a single market, a European single market for digital medical devices that allows you to enter one process and sell your product all over Europe. That's our dream, that's our goal, and that's what we are working for. That's a huge opportunity to get away from the competitive disadvantage that we had so far with the Europe compared to the US. And last but not least, also in EU policy terms, the alignment in health technology assessment and the interdisciplinary collaboration that we can have in that area. And now just to finish with, if that works. Oh. Can someone move to the next slide? Yes. So that's the call. You have seen that, you have read it, it was published, but I just want to reiterate and to re-emphasize. So we have like a couple of areas. We have winter summer schools, we have modules for labeled fellowship programs, we have the well-known startup and partner-driven projects, and we also had the pilot in Digi Innovation, the fast track for startup-driven projects, where a startup as such is really guided through the process and supported with corresponding funding. And as you can see, the next call, that is, so the first cut-off in November is focusing on winter and summer school for those who are in the academic area and in the education space, and the startup and partner-driven projects. So that's the first cut-off. And the second cut-off in March basically serves everything, so also the Digi Innovation, everything except winter and summer schools. And then the third cut-off in June is again serving the second and the third one, so the labeled fellowship program and the startup and partner-driven programs. So I very much hope that I could share a bit of the excitement that I personally have in the DIGA and in the digital medical devices, and also motivate you to especially focus also on that flagship, which definitely has a huge impact. And with that, I'm more than happy to hand over to Christina, who will stay in the same area talking about health data and the power of harnessing health data. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Kurt. So it's also my pleasure to be here. I have to confess something. So I don't have my glasses here, so I have a bit of a challenge. Not only if we can move to the next slide, please, because of the size of the writing there, that is, at least for me, impossible to read, and also because I hardly see you on the audience, but I want to tell you a bit of a story about this data sharing that is the topic of the third flagship. So I was talking to my family that I had to renew my glasses because they were broken, and then suddenly the next day when I was reading the newspaper on my mobile, of course, I had all kind of offers about optics and so on. But it was not only about glasses in general, it was really about presbycia glasses. So I don't know, some kind of algorithm in artificial intelligence had decided that in my age range, I should have also problems with short distance and reading glasses, which is not the case. So I felt completely, not only, I mean, this as intrusive, but also very offending. And I don't know if you have kind of this experience. It's about how do we share data? I mean, how we don't want to share data with, I don't know, certain entities, but how also it's necessary to share data in certain moments. And I also have experienced the opposite, no, in being, at least in the delivery from my twins, that the information was not there and I had to go through a surgery without really the proper information at the time of decision, no? So I think I don't think I need to justify why this aspect of the European health data space support and sharing data is so important. And I think it's also for all of us that work in that area, it makes it also, I think, important that it affects our daily lives. That it's not only our work, but we will really also see the consequences in our everyday actions. So talking about what is specifically the flagship, we can go through the big bubbles. That part I can definitely read. so the data economy, it's estimated from the reports from the Commission is to really, it can grow up to 11 billion euros. And this is something that is as Kurt was saying, it's just an opportunity that we should not really lose also from the European stakeholders. The second bullet is also about what we are already losing. So the waste that we are making in medical imaging is around 1.4 billion euros per year, just in duplication and unnecessary imaging tests. But you can imagine how you can increase that with other lab tests, unnecessary visits and so on, because we are duplicating a lot of work. And so everything that is around this data economy has a potential to grow around 20 to 30%. And we want to keep, as we say in the beginning, this European welfare and European regulation conditions. So this topic has been on the plate for many years in Europe. We have a lot of data. It's not that we don't have data, but it's sitting in different clinics, different hospitals, at home of people. So we have completely different levels of aggregations, different standards, and there has been huge efforts to trying to put everything together. That doesn't work, we know that. So the new approach is definitely this idea of federated data lakes and having really a way to extract data wherever it is and have it ready for the use, not only for clinical practice, but for us is really this secondary use of data for research and innovation. So the objective of the flagship and what EIT Health can do in this area is not about, again, developing these IT infrastructures or the standardization of the data that we have across the regions and countries. It's about making the best use and have really strong success stories around aggregating this data and having a faster validation of our products. So we have really the goal of making the best out of the potential of the data that we have in Europe and that this potential is really utilized by also European stakeholders. So 3 objectives of this flagship. First is definitely bring the professionals and the stakeholders in the field to the skills to really utilize this data properly. Secondly is to use this data to smooth the validation of the solution so that we don't have to wait to these very long and very expensive clinical trials to get suitable clinical evidence and to really ensure the safety and the efficacy of our products. And the third objective is about the citizens. So all of us, we have to be aware and also not only consent about the use of our data, but also participate actively on any solution that is really using our data. So I think this is involving, as we say, everybody. It's a matter of business, it's a matter of research, education, and all kind of stakeholders, definitely also the healthcare providers. And I think the rest of the slide is definitely known. So this is a strategic initiative of the European Commission. The European Health Data Space is starting. So what we are trying is really to pick on that initiative and see from the capacities of the network what is the best we can do. And this is the idea of the flagship harnessing the full potential of the health data for innovation. So what are we calling in this flagship for this business plan 23-25? It's basically education and innovation activities, because I mean, all the activities on business creation are already dealing with the part of data. So it's not that they are not here, it's that they are already called and they are already active in the portfolio. So for the first cutoff, the one that is closing on the 2nd of November is also summer winter schools, as we have explained before. And innovation projects are called in all the three flagships. I'll go to them at the end. But for the second cutoff, you have the different modules for the EIT label fellowship programs, and also for the third cutoff. And the second cutoff also have these extra modules, that is a new activity that will be called for non-degree education. This time is for both target groups of professionals and for citizens. And the part of innovation we are calling in all the three cutoffs, so you can choose when your application is ready to really start the competition. And it's about startup-driven or partner-driven, so we are accepting all types of combinations of consortia. What we are asking specifically in this flagship is the use of repositories and biobanks, because what we are really trying with the innovation projects that should last maximum 2 years is that to be able really to accelerate this validation and this entry into market thanks to the use of already available data. So I hope with that I have given you a bit of an overview of what we are doing. I mean, this flagship, we hope that it will last for long, because the initiative of the European Health Data Space and all the other initiatives are for a longer pace, and we will have closer and more advanced calls probably in the future years. So with that, I bring back then the word to Jean-Marc for the last flagship.
Thank you so much, Christina. When it comes to the last flagship, as you have may heard, we are expecting to partnering with 16 member states with regard to the important project of common European interest. So the IPCA in Health aims at tackling the advanced therapeutic market failures in Europe and fight against the antimicrobial resistance so far, but also going beyond some potential spillover effect that we are pursuing so far. So the context, as you may know, so 3% of the therapeutic antibodies used in France are actually not produced in France and neither in Europe, showing really a high dependency on imports of such type of drugs so far. Each year we are facing a huge amount of infections in Europe which are related to antimicrobial resistance as well, which is really a big health issues in Europe. And last but not least, while the research organizations are leading the pace with regard to research for biotherapies or advanced therapeutics, with 41% of research publications at the international level, we are dealing with a maximum 16% of these research results that are actually protected with IP or patent portfolio. So which is a pity, as you can imagine, and it addressing a key big challenges with regard to the transfer of these research results or technology towards the market, toward industry, startups creation, or transfer to SMEs or promising biotech companies. So in this context, 16 countries in Europe have decided to commit to enable the development of the IPCA in health, to address potential market failures impeding innovation, improving the quality of and the access to patients for healthcare solutions. The first wave actually will be focused on innovating and greening production technologies for medicines and or drug products so far. A second objective is to bolstering the innovation in antimicrobial resistance and rare diseases. And last one is tackling the emerging health threats were complementary to the European Health Preparedness and Responsiveness Authority. And last but not least, as you can imagine, is to supporting and bolstering the development of cells and gene therapies, including production processes, bioprocessing and technologies so far. In this context, the objectives is trying to address the funding gap between different type of funding instruments at the regional level, member states level, and European Union level as well. So we do expect to identify and to convene with relevant partners to support implementations of the IPCEI in health, led by the IPCEI member states, especially with regard to the direct partner that will be supported, selected, and funded by the member states so far. And the second objective is to bring complementary and transverse support to IPCEI direct partners to increase the probability of success and making these initiatives from research, development, and industrializations key successful initiatives across border. So the opportunity here for our partners is to make sure that we can discuss and nurturing the dialogue with the selected direct partner that will be selected so far by the member states that will support the funding gap for direct industrial partners. And by doing so, we do expect to mobilize other type of partners, so startups, SMEs, and academic partners, university, hospital that are willing to collaborate with direct industrial partners to get access to complementary funding at the regional level, cross-regional level, and EITL's Europe level as well. By doing so, we do expect as well to address a significant amount of spillover effect. As you have heard, the European Commission assigned the responsibility to EIT to address and tackling the deep tech talent gap in Europe. So this initiative is a cross-kick initiative that will be co-led with EIT manufacturing, EITLs, and the other kicks so far. Meaning that we would love to bring training and education modules to attract deep tech talent within industry, pharmaceutical industry, and the medical technologies industry to address the talent gap and the talent cliff when it comes to the talent attractiveness within industry so far. Then we do expect to bring our access to finance tools as well, such as the Venture Center of Excellence that has been co-developed with the European Investment Fund to support biotech companies that are managing a fundraising round, meaning getting access to equity fundraising round within the project consortia, IPCEI in health selected project consortia, as you can imagine. And last but not least, we can also gathering complementary funding throughout the cross-kick initiative. Just to let you know that we are preparing a cross-kick initiative with EIT Health, EIT Manufacturing, and EIT Food that aims to finance collaborative project with industry partners and academic partners that will have the opportunity to innovating in the field and greening production technologies for development of biotechnologies and advanced therapeutics as well. And we do expect by doing so to attract potentially indirect partners. So when it comes to the type of partner, here is the mechanisms that will be used so far to attract potential indirect partners from EITLs to collaborate with a selected direct partner and funded direct partner. So first of all, just to let you know that the direct partner will be identified as a key first step by the IPCEI associated member states. And this selection process is a national one. So this is the first key step. So this is something which is ongoing. 16 member states has signed the manifesto, from which 12 member states are already started the call for expression of interest to identify the direct partner that will be selected to be funded by member state aids. The magnitude of investment is really big. Just as a concrete example, France decided to mobilize 1.5 billion euro of co-investment within EPCAI in health as a concrete example. So we do expect to get at the end roughly between 30 to 50 direct partners that will be selected across Europe. Then a couple of associated partner and or non-direct partner will be selected as a second step during the matchmaking session that we will organize alongside the member states to give the opportunity to some organizations selected by direct partners to get access to regional or national funding as a complementary funding. And last but not least, EITLs will support this development and the deployment of EPCAI in health cross-border to identify indirect partners from our community or outside our community to get access to our EITLs complementary funding to deal with the funding gap within the selected project consortia at all, with the range of different opportunities, so deep tech talent initiative, access to finance with the venture directions to manage a fundraising round for startups, biotech companies that are managing fundraising rounds so far, or cross-kick initiative with EIT manufacturing and or EIT food, as you can imagine. So this will be done via EITLs to select the direct partners that can still access to this EPCAI funding as a cascade funding model. This is something that we do expect to organize in the upcoming weeks and months alongside the member states, meaning that today we do expect to officially sign a memorandum of understanding with member states to move forward with the way to implement the EPCAI at scale in Europe. So this announcement is supposed to be disclosed this afternoon during the session that will be moderated by Christina, with some other EU instruments such as IHI, European Innovation Council. I see Danos is in the room. Hello, Danos. And DG ERA, DG EAC, our DG umbrella, and the Economic and Finance Ministry. So thank you so much for this really great opportunity. So we will try to leverage our, again, own resources to bring value for to our partners, as you can imagine. The co-location center and the Regional Innovation Hub will be crucial because it's a really bottom-up approach, meaning that we do expect to mobilize the co-location center to identify these indirect partners that are willing to engage collaboration with direct partners. Just to let you know that member states that didn't sign the manifesto are somehow as well eligible to participate to the project consortia. So this is not a no-show as you can imagine. Well, maybe it's time to go deeper into details with regard to the main changes and the methodology that will be used to support our partners over time. I would like to handing over to Séverine again to entering into too much details.
Thanks a lot, Jean-Marc. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to focus now on the call itself and what it contains. And the first thing is that I would like to explain to you what is a bit different from what we used to do in the previous years. So as you noticed, my colleague presented that. I mean, the first thing is that we really wanted to have a true cross-pillar approach. And in order to do that, we were really focusing and working on aligning our process of application, submission, evaluation. We also want to enforce in this call the integration of the different activities and services that we have through the pillars, which means that we are not only going to call for activities independently, but we will really expect the different consortia to work together or to give the opportunity to consortia to have access to business creation services or other type of services in order to really increase the value that will be created through the call. Then last but not least, the partners will have a single point of contact in each hub, and it's very convenient, and it will really help you also to create more collaborative approach to get in touch with different countries and different type of partners, and in order to reinforce the creation of impact. So the cross-pillar approach is one of the main, I would say, not changes, but this is something that we wanted to reinforce through the call. Then another topic that I know that there are a lot of questions we began to receive already, and I'm sure that we will still have, is about the 1/3 co-funding principle. So this is something quite new that we introduced this year. This is mainly about the fact to, again, create more impact. So we want to showcase that nonetheless, the EIT Health funding is there. Partners, consortia are able to attract funding coming from other sources. And through the call, partners will be incentivized to showcase that they can do that. So it can be done in different way, or through regional or national funding that will come directly in their activities as an external co-funding, or it can be through other source of funding, European one, but then we will need to study more in depth and very carefully that there are clear rules of no double funding, but still, we want to showcase that different projects can be complementary and can enter our portfolio. About another point is about the openness of the call. So from this year on, we really need to follow now the policy of Horizon Europe, and our call will be open to any entities. This is giving the opportunity to all consortia also to, let's say, value their own network, which was a bit more difficult in the previous years because there were limitations in the funding that could be received by the participants in the project. Then something that is very important for us also is to develop EIT Health sustainability and showcase the sustainability of the activities that we will have in the portfolio. And related to this point, we will introduce risk-sharing activities, for all projects that we will have in the portfolio. Then last but not least, and it will be the point that I will a bit more detailed in the next slide, is that we will go with a simplified and flexible process. So from this point of view, we will have a 12-month open call with different cutoffs, so with different deadline, which enable the partners to submit their application when they think they are ready. So contrary to the previous years where we had one cutoff per year, and if you miss that, you need to wait 12 months. Here you will have a multiple possibility to apply in the case you are not ready at a certain point of time. So my colleagues presented already before, which activities will be open at which cutoff, and this is also something that you could more discuss with your collocation center in order to understand when it's the best time for you to apply. We will also make sure that the time frame before the final notification to the start of the project is reduced. This is something that is very important because, of course, a project is living, okay? It cannot simply stop and start 12 months later. So we will really do our best in order to reduce the time between the notification and the start of the project. About the 1/3 principle, so as I said, we received already a lot of questions. I hope it will clarify a bit more. But what I mean is that here one needs to have in mind that there is a principle and there are some rules that we need to keep. The thing about the rules, so this is also what we call the boundary condition, is that each activity should co-fund with 30%. So it means that EIT Health grant cannot be more than 70% on the activity total cost. So this is the rules that we apply. It's important. This is a rule that is also given by EIT, and we need to respect at the portfolio level this level of co-funding. Then next to that, as I explained earlier, we want to showcase that we are able to create synergies that with other programs, that we are able to create also more impact through the activities that will be selected. And this is the 1/3 principle, which means that it's the possibility that partners can bring other funding as co-funding, national or regional, in their own activity, because then this is eligible, or that they are able to bring European co-funding, then this will be done in a separate activities that we call NEFA, non-EITF funding activities, but partners will need to showcase the complementaries of all the projects that will be in the portfolio. Of course, I mean, you're not going to do that alone. It's also the first year we are really emphasizing this part, so the Collocation Center and EIT Health will be here to support you to implement this part. So it's something that it's very important also to keep in mind, because we received the question, what are the rules, what is the framework, how will it work? It will be very project dependent. It's very, now at this stage, let's say, challenging for us to give you a very precise, framework, because depending the project, depending what you want to do, we might, have also a different solution regarding the 1/3 principle. So for the project that will go, I will explain after that the different phase of evaluation, but for projects that will enter the support program, they will be really followed very closely by the central office and also by the collocation center in order to build this aspect. If the project is willing to go or can go through this aspect, it could stay also with the normal, setup, which is 70% EIT funding and 30% partners co-funding. Now, if we think about the different synergies, so I'm not going to enter into details in the different, discussions that are going on. I think Jean-Marc explained already the different discussions that are taking place, and I think more explanation will be given this afternoon in the different session. But it's just also to showcase that EITF is really willing to create synergies with other programs. It's a very important point for us to be also seen as a facilitator in different types of programs. Of course, we cannot afford to stay alone and to launch our calls separately. We need really to work with other programs, and you need also to create your project in this framework. So taking this into account, we are really engaging with different European programs in different also sectors, in health directly or in education, in research and innovation, of course, and also other type. And we expect that in the next months and in the next years, we will be able to develop programs with those other institutions. It could be joint call, it could be other form. This is already what we have with the IPCAI, but this is really the future, what we want to implement and to give the opportunity to our network to get access to. Okay, so now let's go a bit to the call itself, a bit more in detail. So we launched the call last week, so if you didn't have the opportunity already to read our a bit long document, but quite, exhaustive, so you can find it on Connections for the Partners. It's also available on the website. And the next cutoff will be on the first cutoff will be on the 2nd of November. So the cutoff is the moment where we will expect a short proposal from our partners to be submitted. Then we will have a time, what we call setup phase, and the setup phase will be made of different sub-phases that I will present right after, that might last maximum 6 months until the final notification and acceptance of the project in the portfolio. Then the second cutoff will be repeated. We will have 3 cycles that will be repeated in the same way. Second cutoff will be the 1st of March, and last cutoff will be the 1st of June. Then not all activities will be called for all cutoffs, so this is what my colleagues presented before. I mean, you saw depending the pillar, some activities are called 3 times, but some activities might be called only once. So please go back to the information in the call document and check, I mean, depending your interest in the different activities. About the call selection process itself. So as I said, we will have a repetition 3 times per each cutoff of this setup phase. The setup phase will consist in 4 phases. So this is also something that is quite new compared to what we used before, where we used to have remote evaluation and then a pre-selection and then hearings. Here we will have in phase 1 what we call the shortlisting. Okay, it's equivalent to what we used to have in the remote evaluation, but it will be done differently. We might end up this phase with pitch days, which means that the proposal, the short proposal that will be pre-selected in this phase will have the opportunity to pitch their ideas in front of a panel already in the phase 1. This is an important part for us because we're thinking that pitch is way more better for consortium to explain, I mean, their ideas and what they want to do during their project. The second point that is very important at this stage is that we don't expect all the details of the project to be done at the short proposal stage. This is mainly about the idea. This is about the impact that the consortium would like to create. But we don't expect consortium to be fully completed. We don't expect to have the work plan finished. We don't expect to have the full commercialization plan. But we really want to have strong idea, strong vision on the impact created, what really this consortium would like to do, depending, of course, the type of activities. For the one that will go to the pitch days and that will be ranked favorably, they will be invited to the phase 2. The phase 2 will consist of a support program. We expect it to last between 1 to 2 months. This is something that we are fully experiencing this year on all our activities. Here we want to give the opportunity to consortium to strengthen their proposal. We will give hours of mentoring, of coaching to the consortium on various topics in order them to be able then to create their full proposal. And in this case, we are sure that the project or the activity or the proposal that are going to the hearings are really strong and they are really complete. So this is something that we want to put in place. I mean, for the first cutoff, it will take place in the beginning of the first quarter of 2023. Then at the end of this support phase, we expect the final proposal to be submitted for all application. Then all those guys, normally, if they are still willing to do that, they will go to the hearings, and it will be the final selection. And the hearings will enable the ranking of all the proposal and then the selection of the activities in the portfolio, which means the activities should be able to start, I would say, late Q2 2023 after the contracting and all the contracting period which is necessary before the launch of any project. This slide has been done in order to showcase what is expected from the project in general and what each activities in each flagship should consider this set of guiding principles to help defining the problem and how it can be best addressed. So first of all, I mean, there is, of course, a focus on partners. And this is a question that each consortium needs to ask themselves. Does the flagship have the potential for partners' organization to benefit from its realization, or a direct partners benefit limited or hard to quantify? So this is very important, I mean, not to apply only for applying, but really to think about the value through the flagship that will be created for the partners from the consortia. Then the partners' engagement. This is something very important, of course, that the flagship generate optimism amongst partners, or are multiple organizations willing to drive the initiative, or is there limited engagement? This is something for us that will be a key driver in order also to know if we will go further with this flagship further after BP23. About positioning, the flagship in the European landscape, as I explained, we really want to align with other programs with European policies. It's very important to create synergies. This is the goal for the next years, about the use of taxpayer money, about public fundings, in order to showcase that those investments that are done at the European level are really there to create really a lot of value for the citizens. And here we want to showcase, we want to demonstrate, and we want to assess if the flagship is following and is clearly aligned with the European policy. If yes, we might go on. If we realize that it's not working, then we will change. And this will be done, during the year 2023. Does the flagship require collaboration across pillars of innovation, education, and business creation activities, or can this problem be solved by a single organization? We hope yes. So this is what we try to showcase, we try to assess. As I said, we put in place already interaction between the different activities across the pillars, and we want also to increase this one. Okay, so this is for us the first test to do this, and we expect to see really the interaction between the different activities to take place. Of course, for the next call, for the next BP, we might emphasize this even more to create stronger projects and larger projects. Then last but not least, the potential impact. Does the flagship aim to drive societal impact, meaning changes at the underlying infrastructure level in the healthcare ecosystem? This is something that is a key for us. It's crucial. We are setting up the flagship, we are setting up the call in order to showcase societal impact. This is our first goal. This is really the key drivers that EIT Health was always following, and we expect to still do that through all our flagship and through all the activities that we are supporting in our portfolio. Then, does the flagship have potential to generate socio-economic benefits in Europe? This is also connected to the societal impact. So this is all those points. You will find them out again in the call document, more detailed, but this is all those points that we expect each project to follow. Okay, a few words about the info session. So if you are interested, if you have more questions, of course, we have also, a very exhaustive presentation about the call document. We are organizing webinars with each collocation centers. We started already with Scandinavian partners on Monday, and you can see in the table here the different meeting that we will have with the date and the time. If you are interested, if you are not yet registered, or if you didn't receive already invitation, please contact your collocation centers, contact the collaboration leads with whom you should be in touch, and in order to be able to attend those meetings. And last but not least, we have also a series of matchmaking. So we are here today in Paris, 21st of September, during the INNOVEIT meeting. So there is also the opportunities for partners to already matchmake. And we will have 2 more opportunities. So there is a meeting in October in Luxembourg, which will be coupled with the European Digital Medicine Conference. The central topic will be around facilitating the uptake of digital medical device in Europe. And in December, the 5th and the 6th of December in Tallinn, we will have matchmaking around the 2 other topics, the new models to deliver healthcare and harnessing the full potential of health data for innovation. Then last but not least, we have also an internal platform on our site Connection, which allow partners to discuss together, to exchange, and where you can also express your needs or, express, what you can offer to others. I think I'm done with the presentation, so now it's time for the Q&A. And if you have any question, yeah, please feel free. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thank you for the presentation. I remember one number specifically, it's the gap between publications and patents that exist in Europe, especially in the gene and therapy segment. Can you give an explanation to why that is? What is the main problem to reach patents first? And second question, since I have the microphone, I don't know if you maybe heard of Aloe Therapeutics that was launched in Boston not too long ago. It kind of reflects these principles in a very specific and detailed way. And for someone who's trying to launch a startup as Station F with the same principle and creating competition to that type of organisms in Europe, through Europe, what is the best way to find a credible co-founder? Because as you well know, expertise is definitely essential if you want to work in this field. And if the platform you just mentioned in the last slide could be a good way to go about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your question. I would hand over to Nora in a couple of seconds, our French president of the ITL's France hub, but also representing the supervisory board of the ITS. And since Nora is representing a research organization, I think that she will be able to complete this point so far. Yeah. So when it comes to the gap with regard to the number of scientific publications, so first of all, we have to definitively be proud of the huge impact of our research organizations in Europe, since they are leading the pace with regard to research and applications in the life science domain, including advanced therapeutics so far. So while the European-based research organizations are leading the pace, the key and the crucial questions is about the IP and patent portfolio generation compared to US and to China, where we have definitively to bolstering and improving the level of patent portfolio and the level of protection so far. But the crucial question is the transfer of these research results towards the market. I mean, towards industry or towards startups and SMEs. So on the one hand, by supporting and bolstering the spin-off from research organizations, from university, hospital, research institutes or research technology organizations or TTOs so far, including the SAT in France, Société Anonyme de Transfert Technologique. So this is a crucial expectation. So by doing so, that means that we can protect EU-based research, transferring this research toward the market within EU-based startups and SMEs as well. And then just after that, the key and crucial question is how to support much more these ecosystems in the future to make sure that these amazing research results are getting access to the market, concretely speaking, to address the citizens and patients' expectations so far. So that's really a crucial big challenge so far. Maybe I can hand over to Nora to complete this view with regard to the discrepancies between research results and the patent portfolio generations in Europe.
Is it work? Yes, it's working. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation you had also today. So it's a very interesting question because there have been a lot of discussion regarding that at the EU level, but also in each institution, academia or industry. So there are publications each year to say how much we are performing in patent submission in Europe for the different institutions, academia and industry. So there is a kind of ranking. And there had been published some years ago a report, the rapport Berger, who analyzed what was the performance of institutions like MIT in patent that is, from what I know as an academia, really well performing. And I agree with what Jean-Marc was saying. There is two things: the number of applications of patent you are submitting, where you are covering the publication in Europe, in the States, in Asia, the cost for all these patents, especially extremely high in the first 4 years, and then how you do the valorization, the transfer, which is the key point. And do you need to maintain this patent portfolio because it's costly? And so you have to make a transformation out of this patent. And from what I know, the best performance, if I'm correct, because it was some years ago, at least 2 to 3 years ago that we analyzed that, MIT was quite well performing in terms of transformation from the patent application to the transfer or the spin-off creation. So I think it was less than 20%, this transformation. So you have to look at what can be done at best. And it's very difficult, this part. So EIT can help in this pathway of transformation and how to do the valorization and how to work together. Normally we keep the background for us and then we try to work together on some specific domain for an application together with our partners. But clearly there is a lot to do on that. And so this is very interesting. So we have to be better. We have to perform more, especially in Europe, compared to what this type of institution like MIT can do. Because they are having also a lot of revenues out of their patent, which is always tricky. Okay, I hope I try to understand that the best to capture, but okay, we can discuss that because I think it's key for startup creation for the business. So yeah. For your side, also for innovation, how do we share the value? How do we co-construct? It's always really tricky. Should we share the value? How are the return on investment share when we are co-creating? So yes, this is important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nora. And I would like to complete this overall state of play with regard to the transformation from research results into concrete applications that are getting access to the market and influencing the transfer to industry or startup creation pathway or journey so far. So it has not been yet addressed during this presentation, but last week we have had a supervisory board of EITLs, and we have submitted a proposal to the supervisory board related to one of the key EITL's partners forum outcomes that we didn't yet address properly. I mean, this key strong expectations from our EITL's partners is actually related to the support that EITL's is gathering to academic and research organizations to transform research results into concrete spin-off promising deep tech companies. So we have already engaged the dialogue with the European Innovation Council, so EAC, a couple of weeks ago under the context of a collaboration between EIC and EITLs, namely EIT Health EIC pilot program for scale-up companies. And now we are moving forward to pursuing and nurturing the dialogue with EIC to see if there is a room of collaborations here to transform research results into promising a deep tech spin-off from academia. This is something which is quite complex so far because it's not only questions of transferring IP or patent, promising a deep tech patent portfolio towards the industry or towards startup creation. But it's also key questions of deep tech talent, supporting the transfer and attractiveness of deep tech talent into the spin-off company. Deep tech researchers support. And since we are having a strong experience and strong track record with regard to the relationship we have with the VC funds in Europe, thanks to our strategic collaborations with the European Investment Fund. When you are interviewing VC fund managers that are investing into already existing startups, they are looking for assets as well, meaning investing into assets, not necessarily already existing startups. And when it comes to this expectation, so the interest towards assets portfolio is growing up in Europe with regard to the VC fund market. But they are looking at cautiously the way to make it happen. I mean, to transfer this deep tech portfolio into a promising spin-off company. And they used to say that they are, let's say, looking at two things: people and science. So people is about researchers, I mean deep tech researchers that we can support to transform these research results into promising a business case. Meaning that we have to complementary with some other institutions bringing complementary education programs to researchers so far. And when it comes to science, obviously it's about the deep tech portfolio. And needless to say that when it comes to a spin-off creation, we need to attract complementary deep tech talent into the company to address the market access strategy and the deployment of this technology into the market. So we are moving forward to develop a concrete program over time with our partners from academia. We are engaging the dialogue with EIC, but also with the member states on that matter. And we are pursuing the dialogue with EIF as well, since they are dealing with dedicated tech transfer fund mandate, and they would love to collaborate with us on that matter to shape a new program within EITLs with some other institutions to tackle these big challenges so far. So I hope that we replied accordingly to your question. Yep, Eckart.
Thank you. My name is Eckart von Malsen. I work for Corian. We are a European healthcare provider, elderly people present in 7 European countries. And we joined EIT Health 2 years ago. I have one question concerning the uptake DMDs and another question on the call conditions in general. To the uptake of DMDs, as you can imagine, and I imagine other partners here present to share this, the uptake of DMDs, scaling up of digital solutions is key for an industry like we are. We have wonderful startup solutions in one country, and all our concern and the startups' concern is the financial sustainability of their development. So when we heard about the DIGA DIPA initiative coming to France, we were all excited, and we were a bit hoping that we would be more involved and be a bit closer. So that was a bit of a deception when we didn't have any member communication formally on this. And when I saw the text of the call, I was wondering, and I'm still very unclear, how you would make the link between two activities. How do you intend to involve insurance and reimbursement institutions into this call? Because that, in the end of the day, we will have to talk to them about the conditions of the admissibility of this list of criteria that is supposedly being shared between the countries and the member states, which is, in fact, a great development on the legislative side. But again, I'm very much unclear about what I read this call, and I don't see a link between your two activities here.
Okay.
And the second question would be on the conditions of financing that went down to 30%. I read that it was based on a member request. I doubt any member would make such a request here. How do you explain that, and how do you technically see it possible? Let's take the example of the DMD uptake flagship. To have a parallel call with the same line at the same deadline that allows us to fill up the gap that was taken away from down to 30%.
Thank you.
Sorry to be a bit negative here. Thank you very much.
No, it's not definitively not negative, Eckhart. It's really a relevant question. So first of all, regarding your expression of deception with regard to the commitment of our partners within the DIGA-like model that has been deployed in France, and the working group and the European task force that has been shaped during this period of time, would like you to inform officially that we are moving forward to organize a flagship, dedicated flagship matchmaking session with our partners on the 25 and 26 of October in Luxembourg, beside the digital medical conference that will be organized by University of Luxembourg. This matchmaking session, co-organized by EITLs alongside our partners, aims at sharing with our partners the state of play about, first of all, the digital medical devices and diagnostics flagship call, sharing the main key achievements with regard to the implementations of the DIGA-like model in Germany and in France. As you have heard, indeed, Germany has already deployed and implemented this, let's say, risk-sharing model to reimburse digital solutions, digital medical devices solutions, and digital diagnostic solutions that aims to generate medical evidence. This is the main intention, and here the fact that such a type of tech provider will get access to this type of opportunity means, first of all, that the applicant needs to demonstrate a set of already existing criteria, such as already having or already got the CE mark, so digital medical device CE mark, depending on the classifications actually of the medical device regulations in Europe. So in Germany it's class 1, class 2A only. In France, the French ministry has requested to EITLs to help them to deploy and to translate into the French law the DIGA-like model, but the French government decided to going over the class 2A, so they have decided to deploy the similar model in France, which is a early reimbursement pathway to support and to finance clinical trial for digital medical devices and diagnostics that aims to demonstrate the medical evidence. So the patient's benefit and the clinical outcomes, and including the clinical effectiveness so far. And the, from a regulatory perspective, in France, France decided to apply for class 1, class 2A, class 2B, plus telemedicine. So this is one of the differences with the German DIGA model so far. Then we have been asked by the European Union network of health technology assessment bodies on the demand of Haute Autorité de Santé and BfArM in Germany to set up a European task force to move forward with dedicated activities and working group from different European member states. So as of now, it's roughly 12 member states that decided to join this task force to work on the clinical trial protocol design harmonization. And this is one of your part of your question, Eckhart. So the question of the sustainability of digital medical devices and diagnostic tech provider or tech developer when it comes to the reimbursement pathway in country A from a sustainability perspective. In Europe, when you're getting the CE mark, it doesn't mean that you get access to another market in Europe. So there is no single market as of now for digital medical devices and diagnostics. And the current working group and task force is composed by health technology assessment bodies, and they have requested us to focus only on HTA bodies alongside EUNet HTA, EITLs, and researchers to prepare and to grounding the floor with some concrete guidelines that will be disclosed during the digital medical devices and diagnostics flagship matchmaking that will take place in Luxembourg on October, 24 and 25 October, whereby we will invite our partners to engage there with HTA bodies and EUNet HTA working group to discuss about the first guidelines that will be disclosed during this matchmaking session. So this is the first point. So as you can imagine, the reason why the harmonizations of clinical trial protocol design is a really crucial step to move forward, because if DMD and diagnostic tech developer is developing solutions with a clinical trial in the country A, the critical issue is to make sure that the clinical evidence are or should be accepted in country B as well from HTA body's perspective. That's the main intention of this task force, to set up the guidelines and the boundary conditions with regard to evaluating technologies, DMD and diagnostic technologies, and to secure that if clinical trial is performed in the country A, the country B will not ask again to generate a new clinical trial, which is, as you can imagine, costing a lot from R&D development perspective or clinical development perspective. So that's the first point. So first of all, bear in mind that France and Germany decided to align together. So this is the first time in Europe that two countries decided to align themselves, which become the first single market for DMD and diagnostics in Europe from a market access perspective. This is the first point, and EITLs has been instrumental to make it happen, since the Ministry of Health has requested to get the support from EITLs to make it happen properly. Second point, there is obviously some differences between Germany and France. So in Germany, the DMD and diagnostics is capped to Class 2A CE mark to get the opportunity to submit a clinical trial to generate medical evidence and to be financed by the Ministry of Health in Germany, meaning that in that case, the clinical trial will be financed in advance by the ministry. If the medical evidence are positive, then the reimbursement is confirmed. If the medical evidence and the clinical trial outcomes are negative, the Ministry of Health will not request to be paid back by the clinical development so far. So it's a kind of a risk sharing and fast track market access to demonstrate the medical evidence in Germany. This is the same case in France. In that case, the first selection criteria is to, first of all, to get the CE mark, Class 1, Class 2A, Class 2B, and or telemedicine. Then submitting your dossier to the Ministry of Health, being selected, you will be financed by the Ministry of Health. So accès anticipé au remboursement. This is namely the wording within the French text law. So accès anticipé au remboursement means that you will be reimbursed in advance to finance your clinical trial so far. And if the clinical trial outcomes are positive, you will get the confirmations of the reimbursement so far at scale. If the clinical outcomes are negative, you will the risk is actually supported by the Ministry of Health, which is a really good deal, I think. And now Belgium and Luxembourg are willing to join forces with us. That's why we're organizing this digital medical devices and diagnostic conference in Luxembourg, and we will discuss the first guidelines from the EUNet HTA and EITL's task force with regard to the set of criteria for harmonizing the clinical trial protocol design across border, to make sure that, again, if you are performing a clinical trial in a country A, the results could be accepted in another country from HTA-buddy perspective. So I think I've replied to your question. So when it comes to the link between DMD diagnostics and the co-funding, if we are within the flagship, we are supposed to finance as well project consortia, including startup or not, that are willing to develop digital medical devices and diagnostic tools to get the CE mark, which is the first step. So we are used to support and to finance such a type of development so far. And then when it comes to the DMD diagnostic dig innovation call, it's the last mile, meaning that here you have to finance a clinical trial to generate medical evidence, to get access to the reimbursement pathway, so accès anticipé remboursement in France or in Germany. By doing so, if your dossier is selected, we are supporting throughout such a type of call the journey of the entrepreneurs or the startup SME or project consortia to be well prepared to submit the dossier for selections towards the Ministry of Health in Germany or Ministry of Health in France, and in the near future in Belgium, Luxembourg, and so on and so forth. By doing so, if the dossier is selected, that means that the dossier is financed with pre-reimbursement. And this is actually the co-funding sources. So the fact that the Ministry of Health is financing the clinical trial, you can claim the reimbursement as a co-funding within our flagship for co-funding the digital medical devices and diagnostics funding that we are gathering to the selected project consortia. So this source of co-funding is actually a reimbursement pathway from Ministry of Health in Germany or in France, and in the future in some other countries. As of now, 4 countries decided to join forces, so France, Germany, Belgium, and Luxembourg. The task force is composed by Austria, Spain, Ireland, Finland, and the Netherlands, and we know that these countries are exploring the opportunity, and Sweden as well, and they are currently exploring the opportunity to translate the DIGA, or Digital Medical Devices and Diagnostics reimbursement fast-track model in their own countries to expand this for the first time in Europe, this single market for market access of DMD and diagnostics in Europe. Did I reply to your question, Eckhart? Yeah? Danos, you would like to take the mic?
Magda Rosenmüller, yes, Business School, Barcelona. Well, great to be here. Great event. Thanks for organizing. Also, I'd like to highlight, to thank you for the great work you did over the last. I think this is what finally came out. There's a lot of the experience of EIT Health over the last 7 years. They actually went into that, and as a core partner from the Spanish CRC, we actually notice that, no? that you have been taking up a lot of the ideas and the experience that we had during the last years. But you introduced a lot of new things. And I imagine that here will also be a learning, so after the first cutoff, probably there might be some adaptation on what worked and what didn't towards the second and the third. But there's still a lot of open questions, and we have a Q&A, and I think we could just spend the whole afternoon with Q&As. One would be, for example, you see one of the things you want to measure is a better collaboration between partners. I have no idea how you're going to measure that. So that would be things to concretize. My main concern would be, as Eckhart already mentioned, is the co-funding. We have been looking into co-funding for a long time. It's a wishful thinking, no, to put in parallel different EU funding or national funding. And I would really, if you have found that, it's the holy grail on how really to do that. My question would be, are you actively reaching out to IHI or to other funding sources in order to do joint calls? Or do you expect partners to actually reach out and see, well, there is an EMI or IHI project is going to the end, and now it makes a lot of sense to build on that with so that would be one question for the co-funding. And another question for the co-funding would be, particularly in the education project, an easy source of revenue of co-funding would be participants' fees. But if normally in any EU project you put participants' fees, they will be deducted directly from the received funds. So how do you actually avoid that there are also revenues maybe from a health insurance? Now, if you get reimbursement, that might be considered already revenues, and that then will be deducted. So that would be one question, how you're solving that. That has always been a problem. And then also related to that would be double accounting double into the double accounting, that you to avoid that things are being accounted in one funding stream or in the other. So yeah, I'd love to see how this will work out. Thanks, Jean-Marc.
Thank you so much, Magda. It's a broader question, actually, a broader couple of questions. So, well, let's try to respond quite sharp. I mean, when it comes to the over instrument at the EU level, member states level, or regional council level, we started to organize a dedicated journey and engaging a dialogue and nurturing a dialogue with some specific bodies at the EU level, member states level, and regional council level. Thanks to the public affairs team at the central office and at the regional innovation hub level, the public affairs and stakeholder relations lead have decided with Samina's team and Ilaria's team to organize a dedicated methodology that aims to scanning and landscaping the horizon of different new opportunities that are arising from now onwards. So this methodology aims at identifying the opportunities that are popping up in Europe, in member states, or at the regional level as well. Scanning horizon or scanning or landscaping the ecosystem means that we have to be equipped to identify the more relevant opportunities that matters to our partners and that could fit with the purpose of creating a leveraging effect and creating synergies with the EITL's organization so far. So the scanning methodology is currently being developed by a public affairs team, and we are moving forward to organize a PA-SR retreat, and we do expect to disclose the methodology to our partners, making sure that we can engage as well our partners that are dealing with external affairs activities or public affairs activities or internal affairs activities as well, to share the proposal with our partners and to see if there are room of opportunities to engage our partners in this journey so far. So this is the first part, scanning the ecosystem. The second one is based on the methodology. We do expect to select the more relevant opportunities that matters to our partners and that could sustain the kick over time. And this selection process is under development with a dedicated methodology, and that aims to come from identification of opportunities throughout the development of a memorandum of understanding with the related organizations at EU level, member states level, or across regional level as well. So this methodology is currently being tested with concrete example, and we have decided to consider the lessons learned from the past. So we already established a strong relationship with the European Investment Council. And again, Danos is here, and he will be able to testimony on that type of collaboration so far. We already did it with the European Investment Fund, with Erasmus+, and with some other opportunities. So based on these lessons learned, we do expect to develop a dedicated methodology that will engage and mobilize our partners to move forward on the way to identify the more relevant opportunities that matters to EIT Health, the related other instrument, because it's supposed to be a win-win situation between the organizations, and to sustain the kick over time. In parallel, we decided to engage the dialogue in a one-to-one manner with all the DGs. So this process has already started in February 2022 with DG Connect, DG Santé, DG Research, DG RTD, GROW, Region, DG ECFIN, and so on and so forth. So we have had DG EAC, obviously, which is our mother DG. So this one-to-one dialogue is already ongoing, and we are preparing a strategic advisory board meeting that will give us the opportunity to meet with all the DGs and with some EITL's supervisory board members representative to share the main outcomes and the conclusions of this one-to-one discussion and dialogue that aims to identify their own strategic priorities and how EITLs as a neutral platform could be a dedicated tool to serve their strategic interest and becoming a kind of operating model to serve the upcoming call that will be gathered by DG ERA, DG Connect, DG Santé, and so on and so forth. As of now, we went through all the DGs one-to-one and many-to-many discussions, so roughly 2 or 3 meetings per DGs. Now we are aggregating the main outcomes of these exchanges with the DGs and shaping a dedicated agenda to organize the strategic advisory board meeting that will give us the opportunity to meet with all the DGs together with EITLs and the SB of EITLs. We are preparing a position paper, which is a vision paper actually, and we are supposed to share this paper with a couple of partners to get the view on such a way to move forward from a strategic vision perspective. So from a timeline perspective, Magda, we are close to finalize the vision paper end of this week, sharing this paper with DG EAC at first, which is our mother DG, and then engaging the dialogue with partners to test this platform of proposal with our partners and see how we can engage further with our partners in the near future before holding the strategic advisory board meeting that will take place end of October. So this is the response for your first part of your question. And when it comes to the second one, I've heard that, and that's true. I mean, it's really important to make sure that we are not putting ourselves at risk of double funding. I fully agree. And we don't expect to be suspected by the European Commission to, let's say, moving forward into any breach cases. We don't want to breach ourselves. I mean, so obviously now we have a more clear picture, which is related to the IFA and the NEFA. IFA is the IT funded activities, and NEFA is non-EIT funded activities. In the both cases, we are preparing some specific documentations with the PMO team, innovation team, and with our legal advisor to make sure that we can bring to you a clear picture with regard to the way to attract complementary funding or attract co-funding. When it comes to complementary funding, it's NEFA. When it comes to co-funding, it's EFA. But without entering into too much detail in such a type of audience, which is a technicalities matter, we'll come back to you with a dedicated document that is under preparations to make sure that we can support our partners to make the difference between EFA, NEFA, avoiding the double funding definition, tapping into concrete opportunities at the regional level, member states level, or EU level as well. Last but not least, you are, if I'm correct, you raised as well IHI. So this afternoon, IHI will take the floor with Hugh Leverty. Yesterday, we have had a meeting with Magali Poirot and Hugh Leverty from IHI, and we are moving forward to sign officially a MOU together end of September. to engage concrete activities together, to partnering with our partners and with IHI in the future, to leverage our own resources and leverage the IHI community members' activities in the future. I think it was your 3 questions. Yep.
Good morning, Philippe Closia, Biomérieux Company. So we are a core partner of the French Hub and executing several projects currently. I have 2 questions. The first is related to the flagships that you presented today. And after reading also the documents that were released a few days ago, it is to me a bit confusing, and thanks for clarifying concerning the flagship number 2, which is a DMD, digital medical device, and diagnostics. If we can apply or not to this flagship not being digital and having some IVD that we look forward, better reimbursement and use in Europe. I got the impression that this was a strong push towards digital solutions, and the digital solutions, most of the time, that cannot work. It cannot work without any data, and very often the data are being produced by the medical devices and all the IVD. So this is my first question. Does it include regular medical devices and IVD, or should it be only digital apps and so on? The second question would be related to the, I would say, the siloing, I would say, of the flagships. We understand it's not easy to choose one. For example, and since the opening of the call, we have been contacted with interesting startups willing to work with us. They propose some digital solutions, and we don't know really with those digital solutions if they should apply to the flagship number 4 concerning the the data, they heard data hubs and so on, and all the digital flagship number 2. Maybe they could do both. Is that a problem? And in terms of both strategy and tactic to file an application, and thanks for the answers.
Thank you, Philippe. Complex question. When it comes to the second D of DMDD, so digital medical devices and diagnostics, this is the definition of the new fast-track reimbursement pathway that has been developed in Germany and in France. It includes indeed diagnostics. From a regulatory perspective, I mean, from the European medical device regulation. So this is the first factual response. When it comes to DiagDiv, so I mean diagnostics tools per se, needless to say that it's data related, and you cannot indeed developing diagnostic tools without capturing data, so biomarkers or any type of data so far. It actually in France it's entering into the definition, which is not the case in Germany.
It's only apps.
Yeah, in Germany it's apps. In France it's not the case. Okay, so this is in detail the first step. Yeah, but we are not responsible of the legal implementations of this DIGA model. I mean, so in France, yes, it includes diagnostics, and especially with regard to the let's say software and AI-based solutions that are embedded into diagnostic tools so far. However, when it comes to the fourth flagship, harnessing the power of health data to bolstering innovation, research, and public health, and again here it's sufficiently broader to make sure that we can include DiagDiv as an example, which is linked to data acquisition or platform of data acquisitions with some specific surrogate biomarkers, single biomarkers, complex biomarkers, or multiple biomarkers so far. because it's about data acquisition, so biomarkers or digital biomarkers or biological biomarkers or clinical data or paraclinical data so far. And here, that's why this fourth flagship is much more broader, that aims to fleshing out the future European health data space, which is the backbone of our future European health data space, and any type of applications, of innovative applications that is linked to the fact that we are developing solutions that aims to attract innovative data from different sources, including AI solutions, that includes as well diagnostics tools, is eligible to apply to the fourth flagship. I don't know if it replies to your question, Philippe. Thank you.
No question from me, Jean-Marc. Just a comment to confirm what you said, that Danos Arzimanoglu from the European Innovation Council, we collaborate very actively, EIC and EIT Health, in the health area, what Jean-Marc said. And this is not just a synergy, this is not another collaboration. We do that at different levels, and we believe we do that intelligently and will produce fruits. And also to confirm that the interaction with the DGs is absolutely critical, not always easy though, because we need to coordinate, and we'll be discussing that later this afternoon, I believe, how critical it is. Finally, a comment about IP that was said before. I think is a little bit more complicated. The #1 medical school in the States and in publications scores very low in patents. At the same time, which is Johns Hopkins. And then Northwestern is the #1 because of a culture and because of the revenues that are being generated through the patents. So it takes too many things. It takes an environment around the academic and research organization, and this is what EIT Health is really contributing a lot to create in different regions in Europe, and we are doing the same at EIC. And we have recognized, which is totally consistent with what I heard this morning, that there is the funding support and there is the non-funding support. And the non-funding support gets more and more critical. So I'll stop here and say also that regarding MIT, it's important the environment that is around MIT that makes the researchers and the institutions to be aware and to understand from the very beginning that you have to think about commercialization and application of what you do. And that's a big difference with other places in the US or in Europe.
Thank you so much, Danos. I really appreciated the testimonial regarding the collaboration with the EIC, actually. Thank you so much. Any other questions, comment? Yep.
This is Isotherapeutics, a Genopole-based startup, and I'm impressed, obviously, by your armada of equipment, institutional and financial. Yet, I think there is a weak point, and I don't relevate it just because it's a criticism, but because I think you should think about some tutorial brought under this form in the future for all the participants. Céline Carrera, she mentioned very charmingly, just passing over, that harnessing the full potential of health data for innovation could smoothen the validation without clinical trials. I think that this is just an incredible statement and would put some ethical issues. But yet, Jean-Marc, who is real good in giving answers to nearly everything, said at some point, the real point is demonstrate medical evidence. Okay, this is a whole revolution in medicine you are addressing. It's not just how can I pay 30%, 70%, being okay with the European states that have all a different legislation and so on, and get a quick track to the market. We know all this is a real economic pressure. But what about the fundamental issue of medicine here? Seems to me that you are talking about, I don't know, you could talk about architecture or naval issues or shoe creams or I don't know. Here it's medicine. So what is exactly this appreciation of medical evidence? This is just another world.
Yep, thank you so much for your question. So indeed, we didn't mention the way of our way of evaluating and selecting the project consortia so far. So we are dealing with dedicated independent evaluators that are assessing the dossier as the first key steps with different panel evaluators that are assessing throughout a dedicated scorecard the quality of the proposal that has been submitted by the project consortia. When it comes to medical evidence generation, so since we are all of us in the life science domain complying with the famous evidence-based medicine, which is our DNA for a while, at least for 50 years, much more maybe. So we are not ignoring the evidence-based medicines, which is the basement of everything. So meaning that you have to demonstrate concrete clinical outcomes to demonstrate the medical evidence so far to get at the end a positive assessment from health technology assessment bodies, independently of the different type of technology, drugs, treatment, medical technology, diagnostics, digital health solutions, and so on. So, having said that, we are financing as well a project in which the project consortia is supposed to develop a clinical trial to demonstrate the targeted and expected medical evidence so far. And based on the expected clinical outcomes, we are discussing with regard to the specific milestones that the project consortia has submitted to EITLs. To make sure that this clinical development is sufficiently robust, complying with the biostatistical methodologies and making sure that these clinical outcomes are fitting with the expectations of the health technology assessment bodies so far. Unmet medical need, I mean, and we are as well, that's why Céline was referring to the harnessing the power of data. We are not only focusing on medical evidence, but also on the outcomes that matters to patients. That's one of our difference. I mean, needless to say that performing a clinical trial is a really good way to demonstrate the medical added value for the healthcare system, for the patients and citizens. But we don't want to forget the outcomes that matters to patients, and from adoption's perspective, it's really crucial, not only from ethical perspective, but also as well to make sure that we are considering the outcomes that matters to patients. So for us, the value, which is, let's say, UK, US-based concept, so value-based healthcare-based actually, is the equation between, let's say, clinical patients' outcomes on clinical outcomes. This is an equation. So
yes, this is exactly the question. You have understood it. It's that quality of life cannot be always transduced in data.
Yeah. Yeah, but I agree with you. But we have to monitor these patient outcomes because that's the principle of the value-based healthcare approach. Usually, you're demonstrating from a robustness perspective quite well the patient outcomes that matters to patients throughout such a type of patient registries. So it's a patient's cohorts throughout you are evaluating the quality of life, some specific criteria that you're assessing in real life setting. So the patient registry is the best way to make it happen properly.
Yeah, but this was the question of the lady from Barcelona, that the real monitoring is done by the market.
Yeah, for sure. Well, so if there is no other comments and questions, I would like to thanks a lot our speakers. Maybe we can upload them. And I invite you to enjoy a lunch in the Galleria. We are coming back in this auditorium at 2 p.m. with the 2 panel sessions where we will welcome DG's representative for the first panel with DG ERA, IHI, European Innovation Council, and the Ministry of Finance and Economics, with the first roundtable moderated by Christina, and the second roundtable, which is related to the One Health concept, during which we will welcome European Investment Fund, DG EAC, and some other panelists so far. And I don't remember who is moderating this. Laurent Roux from EIT will moderate this panel session. Thank you so much. Looking forward to meet you at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Voilà, moi, ok. Hi. Welcome. Welcome everybody to this INNOVEIT Paris event 2022, which is titled Creating Resilient Innovation Ecosystems for Better Health in Europe. It's important to remind that. And that will be our guiding thread during all this afternoon. So welcome to our guests, speakers, welcome to all participants. Here today at Station F, the world's biggest startup campus, and via our live stream too. Welcome. My name is Marie-Laure Eustache, and I have the pleasure today, this afternoon, to be the master of ceremony, master of time too, I'll try, on this policy event divided into several key moments. So, I think there's a slide. I thought that there was a slide with all the key moments. Never mind, I can tell you, I've got just 5 minutes, but I try to be very brief. So, after the inspirational speech of Nora Caldi, founder of and CEO of Nutritas, we'll listen to the welcome words from Jean-Marc Bourrez, interim CEO of EIT Health, managing director of EIT Health France, and Nora Benabiles, deputy chair of the EIT Health. Then we'll have 2 high-level conferences, 2 sessions with 2 different themes, one dedicated to IPSAI and One Health, and another session dedicated to health in policies. And each debate is framed by a keynote, a state of play, and a moment for questions. That's important, managed by the moderator of each panel. We'll have at least 10-minute break at 4 o'clock, and we'll finish at, I hope, at 30 past 5 to have a cocktail. You can also follow the discussion on Twitter, it's important, with the hashtag INNOVEIT, E-N-N-O-V-E-I-T, and you can react and share your comments during all the day, all the afternoon. I really want to highlight to the fact that all the participants at Station F have the possibility to meet today with all the ecosystems partner of EIT knowledge and innovation communities. EIT Health supported the startups in an exhibition which is happening here at Station F, that then you can see, and all day long you have networking sessions from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Last but not least, the organizer of these special events are keen to initiate collaborations and create synergies in the spirit of One Health approach. So this conference in Paris is co-organized by EIT Health with EIT Manufacturing and the contribution of EIT InnoEnergy, EIT Food, EIT Climate Kick, EIT Digital and EIT Raw Materials, with EIT Health France taking the lead of the organization. And the event is an integral part of the EIT Weeks 2022, which consists of several decentralized events across Europe. And the closing event, the EIT Summit, will take place in Brussels in October the 11th. So well, before calling on stage Jean-Marc Bourrez and Nora Benabiles, I propose you to listen to the inspirational speech of Nora Caldi.
When we look at the world, there are lots of people suffering from multiple different diseases and health problems. And what's interesting is that nature has the solution to a lot of these diseases. But as humans, we've really not explored nature. There are billions and billions of molecules around us that can actually improve human health, but yet we've explored very few of them. And the reason is because of the amount of data in nature. So I always give this example of the apple. There is more molecular data in one apple than all social media put together. So there's a lot of molecular data in nature, and as humans we've not explored it. So using AI, Neuratask can now explore the different molecules in nature, identify the ones that have a clear health benefit and tie them to that health benefit. We don't stop there. We actually produce these molecules and then we take them through the clinical phases of efficacy, safety, and so forth, and then we commercialize them. So this is what we've been doing. We've been working in areas like muscle atrophy, prediabetes, and so forth. And also, I think what's important from an individual perspective is that when you look at the industry as a whole, from the foods we eat to the creams we put on our faces and bodies, it's interesting to see that a lot of the research has been on developing the outside look of the product, the brand, the outside look, the color, the texture, the tastes. But very little has been focused on improving the health benefit of those products. A lot of the things we use every day, the consumer products we consume, are actually doing more harm to us as a population. And what we're trying to do and bring are new ingredients that can transform those products from unhealthy to healthy, to prolong our health for longer, and to improve our wellness in general and to prevent certain diseases from occurring. And that, I think, is very essential from a society perspective. It's important that health becomes an important part or the forefront of the public policy, of any public policy worldwide. And the reasons are clear. We are an aging population in general, globally, and the world is aging. There are huge epidemics that are occurring. We heard of COVID recently, but really there are bigger ones like metabolic diseases, diabetes, obesity, blood pressure, cancer issues, and so forth. So, and these are issues that are occurring more and more, so they're growing. But also, as we age, we spend most of our life in the state of disease state. So it's a huge burden on the economic and the public sector in general, but also obviously causes lots of issues from a personal perspective. So if you look at history and evolution in general, we live a lot longer compared to 40 years ago, 50 years ago. But we live longer, but we live unhealthy for much longer. So our health span has not augmented, but our lifespan has. And really the goal is to kind of bring that health span for longer. So we live healthier for longer and we don't depend on taking a lot of drugs and being in hospitals, because that's very, very expensive. So health in general, health and well-being should be really at the forefront of public policy because of all the issues I just mentioned, which is aging population, huge epidemic, disease epidemic, the cost and the burden of managing this. And as we grow from a population perspective, both in number and age, this is just going to be unsustainable from a cost perspective. So we really need to find solutions both from a care perspective, from a disease prevention perspective, but also once someone is sick, being able to help them from a drug perspective in a cost-effective way. And I think that's superbly important. This is why it's very important to really have not only health at the forefront of public policy, but also the way we produce these ingredients. They need to be greener and safer for the planet itself. For us, obviously, but for the planet itself. A lot of the production methods that are used currently are not, in all industries actually, and there needs to be huge advances in there. Now, there are technologies that have been developed over the past few years that look at sustainability and how to produce different molecules in a more sustainable, friendly way to the earth. But still, there needs to be more investment, more time taken to develop those further.
Inspiring, isn't it? Nora Caldi is an amazing woman. She's a scientist, and she wants to revolutionize nutrition with a health notion in her company purpose. And she won many awards, and her company was launched in 2014. Well, after this inspiring speech, I call on stage now with me Jean-Marc Bourrez. Interim CEO of EIT Health, Managing Director EIT Health France, and Nora Benaviles, Vice President Research at the CEA, Deputy Chair of the EIT Health Supervisory Board and Deputy Director in charge of Innovation Valorization and Startup Creation. Thank you. You can sit. Oh, you can sit down on the blue one if you want, Nora. Thank you very much, and Jean-Marc, we listen to you carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, indeed, it was really inspiring this introduction so far. Almost 6 months ago, following the COVID-19 crisis, with EIT Manufacturing, we attended the signing of a manifesto regarding the creation of an important project of common European interest dedicated to health, and brought together 16 member states around the following observation. The European health market suffers from major failures, which reduce its resiliency capacities in the perspective of a future crisis. EIT was then quoted as one of the instruments that could support the deployment of this investment program, unique in its magnitude and ambition to restore strategic autonomy to Europe in terms of health industry and entire value chain. I would like, however, to rectify what I said this morning, since the collaboration we are moving forward to develop and to co-develop with DGE and the European Commission remains at study and needs to be validated by the European Commission and member states so far. And I will leave the floor to Michel Raoult from the French Ministry of Economy to present the state of play with regard to the IPCEI in health in this context. We will try today to take stock on the many European initiatives that have been launched during the last 6 months to accelerate health innovation and think together how best to link them and amplify their impact so far. To do this, we will be structuring our exchanges around two main learnings from this COVID crisis. The need for both One Health and health in all policies. These approaches will be discussed in the light of the 5 challenges identified by the new European Commission European Innovation Agenda. The funding gap, innovation through experimentation, strengthening innovation ecosystem, attractiveness of this innovation ecosystem and Europe so far, and training and retention of talent, which is really a crucial key expectation from European Commission perspective. And as you may know, EIT has been assigned by the European Commission to deal with this important and strategic expectation related to the Deep Tech Talent Initiative that we will discuss during these 2 roundtables. The One Health approach means that the first observation is that the future of biotech and medical technologies in Europe will go through both a significant cross-sectorial collaboration with reinforced synergies between public financing instruments and with private investments. That's why EIT has organized this INNOVEIT event that brings together public actors and representatives of different European innovation ecosystems so far. We have designed this event so that people who are not used to working together can discover that the challenges of environmental, animal, and human health are one. To initiate collaborations or create synergies in the spirit of the One Health approach is per se crucial. To make it happen, innovation alone is not sufficient. We will have to pay attention on the talent gap, to retain talent, to train, skilling, upskilling, and reskilling talents, to retain these talents within the industry value chain so far. This initiative will be a way to address these expectations. For example, we are preparing a cross-kick collaboration with the IT Manufacturing, the IT Food, and some other kicks in order to accelerate innovation in the biomanufacturing sector. The second roundtable is about health for all policies rather than health in all policies. For this event, we have also worked on an exhibition which presents projects already funded by other KICs, knowledge innovation communities, than those of health. And this demonstrates that the interrogation of health criteria as an impact indicator for activities other than care can also improve everyone's health if this contribution is not one way. That is why I will rather speak of health for all policies, as recently suggested in an article in The Lancet, rather than health in all policies. Improving health will not only come from the development of new prevention, diagnostics and therapeutics solutions, but also thanks to the integration of health criteria in other public policies other than health, such as raw material, transport, energy, digital, urbanism, or climate. I would like to thank here all the speakers who have accepted and agreed to take part today in our debates, and I hope that this day of the exchanges is rich in proposals and constant ideas as the service of a better for health approach. Thanks for your attention. I would like to handing over to our chairwoman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Marc. We have a great CEO. Thank you. So it is an honor, and I just see, oh, there is not the countdown anymore. If you don't know me, it's better to put it, yes. It is an honor, and it is my pleasure to welcoming you in Paris. So as a member of the supervisory board of EIT Health, and also as a chairwoman of the board of directors of EIT Health in France, and as a French partner. This event is an integral part of the INNOVEIT Week 2022, which will consist of several decentralized events across Europe, with the closing event, the EIT Summit, taking place in Brussels on 11th of October. So, well, calling on decision makers and innovators to join the discussions on building European innovation ecosystem, reinforcing innovation ecosystem in Europe, and we need that more than ever. Participants will have the possibility to meet with our rich ecosystem of partners, and I would say not only rich ecosystem, also extremely engaged ecosystem of partners, of EIT KICS and EIT Health, supported startups in an exhibition happening within Station F here, and to assist to high-level conferences with our stakeholders in the auditorium or via a live stream. So this event aims to demonstrate how EIT KICS are addressing, for instance, the scale-up financing gap, need for harmonization of regulation to enable innovation in a rapidly evolving fields where we have a lot of needs, to better interconnect also EIT KICS innovation ecosystems and bridge the innovation that divides sometimes in between regions and member states, so that to have also a stronger and better harmonization throughout Europe, and to harness the potential of all innovation ecosystems players while developing and attracting talents, also very important. As a representative of EIT Health in France, I would also like to welcome the participation of our ministerial interlocutors and the state agencies, which we have developed close collaboration and relationships, particularly during the French presidency of the European Union of 2022, and which health has been widely discussed, both at the European and national level, and I hope that this collaboration will prove fruitful in the perspective of the National 2030 Health Innovation Plan, of course. But of course also in the support that EIT Health will be able to provide to future major French bioclusters. So I would like to welcome you again in Paris, welcome you in our inspiring innovation ecosystem, which is, to me, unique in Europe, and to contribute to reinforce EU sovereignty in health. Thank you very much, and have a nice afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you for these warm welcome words, and they are subjects that are really important, and you wanted to highlight them. So thank you very much. Well, it's time now to open the session 1, dedicated to important projects of common European interest. 16 countries have committed their deployment to address potential market failures impeding innovation and improve the quality and access to patient healthcare. To inspire us again, I call on stage Michelle Wilson-André. She's the head of communication of Eurocare. Welcome, Michelle. Eurocare is an investment company focused on financing and developing synthetic biology and microbiome innovation. Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to everyone for the very warm welcome today. I'm filling in for a colleague who unfortunately can't be here today, but it's my pleasure. I will start by just prefacing the slides that you'll see here by telling you a little bit more about Eurocare, because I think it fits into the story of what we've already started hearing about today. So at Eurocare, we are an investment company that's focused on developing biotech startups that use synthetic biology technology. So I think a lot of us became aware of synthetic biology when, we were looking at the mRNA vaccine with the COVID crisis. But basically, it's taking an engineering approach to biology, and a lot of it is really based on gene modification. I think that, a lot of the potential behind synthetic biology really ties into this One Health topic that we've been hearing about. And the reason for that is because, we're starting to face challenges with the climate that we don't have current solutions for. And there are a lot of amazing applications that come from the modification of genetic material, like, bacteria that can eat plastic, or modifying coral genetics to make them more resistant to rising ocean temperatures, all these sorts of fascinating applications. So while our company started off focusing on health, we are now really looking at this One Health approach and recognizing that the health of our planet is our health as well. And we really feel that innovation in the biotech sector doesn't just affect the health sector, but affects a lot of the other EIT areas as well. So I will talk now today about a company, one of our portfolio companies that we've actually acted as a corporate sponsor for. It's called EURIKing, and that name comes from manufacturing, biomanufacturing. And I already mentioned the COVID crisis, but basically there is a sector of biomanufacturing called CDMOs, Contract Development and Manufacturing Organizations, that are responsible. If we could just go back to the, I think, beginning of the slides, they've gone ahead automatically.
I don't know if I have the hand on the slides.
Is there a clicker
this
here?
One?
Yes, perfect. Excellent. If we could just go forward one slide. Great. And so basically, CDMOs are responsible for manufacturing certain pharmaceutical components of the drugs that pharmaceutical companies develop. And I think what we saw in Europe and where I'm from back in Canada, we had a big shortage of CDMO capacity when we were hit with COVID. The reason for this is a bit complex, but basically we have a large part of this industry that is fully made up of very small companies who are focused on very technical, very specific pieces of technology that are used in our medicines, while the rest are big major players. So the small actors lack the capacity to fulfill some of the major biotech projects, and then we only have these other, 5 players that exist. So the idea was to find a way to develop a mid-sized player, not a small one, not a huge company either, but that could sort of serve this whole biomanufacturing sector. If we could go forward, please, thank you. So what we see is that these different CDMOs cover many different areas, but the areas that King wanted to focus on are biologics, cell and gene therapy, as well as live biotherapeutics. And we see that most of the activity is really concentrated in that cell and gene therapy space. And this is what we hear a lot about in the news, CAR T cells, these very fancy, expensive genetic drug treatments. But these other 2 areas as well can really be used in a wide range of biotech applications and products that expand beyond the health sector. Thank you. So the way that this was done, I won't get into too many of the details, but this was a project that was launched back in May, and it was launched on Euronext here in France as a French SPAC, which is a special acquisition company. And you may have heard a little bit about this from the financial sector. It is a financial vehicle that has a bit of a bad reputation, to be honest, because it's a sort of speeded IPO process. We saw a lot of failure with SPACs in the US because they were really being put together as a way to, make money quickly without actually having a solid background and foundation to the project. And what we tried to do here was really put in place the project and use the SPAC as a vehicle to raise money quickly. And it's actually quite adapted to the mission that we had with King, because our goal is to acquire and merge some of these smaller CDMOs with different specialties to create this mid-sized player that will have a broad range of capacities and that will make, hopefully the European biomanufacturing space more competitive. So there is a very strict criteria for what the team is looking for in terms of the company that it will acquire. So we can see here, it's everything from how their business plan is in developing their growth to how the company is run and the leadership team that's in place. If we could go to the next one, thank you. And of course, just to sort of summarize, the reason that we focused on this area is because there really has been a lot of growth and a lot of support on the investment side of things. We can see that a lot of innovation today is actually coming from the biotech sector, and that the pharma sector is becoming increasingly reliant on innovation in this space. And so we feel that there's really an untapped opportunity here in Europe where we actually have incredible research happening, but a lack of support for some of these initiatives that are more focused on commercialization. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michelle, Wilson, André. Many challenges, we hope many solutions. Now it's time to listen to Michel Raoult. I call Michel Raoult on stage to explain us IPCEI, the context, the challenges. Michel Raoult is Deputy Director, Health, Consumer Goods and Agri-Food Industries in the Directorate General for Enterprise. Michel, I give you maybe the slides. Thank you.
It is a pleasure for me today to be addressing you today. I would like first of all to thank our host, EAT Health, and on behalf of the French Ministry of Economy and Finance and Directorate General for Enterprise. I will introduce to you today the IPSAI, which is the important project of common European interest in the health sector. This event is actually a perfect example of what the IPSAI is trying to achieve and promote. We want to strengthen unprecedented collaboration between different actors of European excellence. And we want to do so because we have two objectives. The first one is to foster disruptive innovations in the field of health. And the second one is to strengthen our European health market and its industrial leadership. So I will therefore use this presentation to give you an overview of the Health IPSAI, its objectives, its timetable, and also highlight its strong synergies with other existing European initiatives. So, what is an IPSAI, first of all? So IPSAI is an important project of common European interest. It is a legal instrument that allows the member states to derogate under certain conditions from the rules that restrict the funding of state aids. And we use this instrument to finance European-scale industrial projects. So in this regard, the IPSAI is actually one of the tools available to member states in order to implement a real European common industrial policy. There are a certain number of conditions that we have to meet. The IPSAI must bring together several member states who decide to address common market failures at the European level in a specific sector. And once launched, each member state will select the projects that it wishes to fund under the IPSAI. Then, after the approval of the European Commission, each member state can deploy and finance its national aids to its companies, but each project must be validated by the European Commission and it has to meet a certain number of criteria. The most important ones are that the projects must enable breakthrough innovations, that they require a significant participation from the public authorities, that the state aids are compatible with the internal market, which means that we do not create distorting effects on competition, that we address important market failures or systemic failures at the European level that we could not address at the national level, and that, most importantly, we want to foster cross-border cooperations in Europe, and we want to have positive spillover effects on the internal market. The validation by the Commission and the overall process of the IPSAI is actually very important because it offers several advantages compared with other classical state aid financing schemes. First of all, it can allow us to give higher level of aids, of state aids, above 30 million euros, which is classically what we can give in the R&D regime. It is also based on a larger set of eligible costs, which means we are able to fund R&D and first industrial deployments. And we can also fund the projects up to 100% of the funding gap, which is the difference between all the positive and negative cash flows over the lifetime of the investment. So what are the objectives that we have set in the IPSAI? The starting point was actually, in like many other initiatives, the COVID-19 crisis, which has revealed that there are strong market failures in health, and we have witnessed that we are vulnerable in the supply chain, that we had difficulty to have access to certain medicines or vaccines. And this is why 16 member states decided to join forces in the IPSAI on March 3rd, 2022, when they signed the IPSAI manifesto under the French presidency. And they committed to deepen the work towards the deployment of IPSAI to address the market failures that are currently impending, innovation, and the lack of quality and access to the healthcare of patients. So based on this manifesto, what we want to do with this IPSAI is tackle three major objectives. The first one being to provide an important contribution to the European Health Union and also its new industrial strategy. The second one is we want to contribute to the first industrial deployment of fundamentally innovative production processes, and in particular sustainable production processes that would not be possible without state aid funding. And we want, lastly, to foster state-of-the-art quality and accessible healthcare via the development of new products and services with a high innovative content. The process that we will follow is several waves, actually 2 waves of pre-notifications. So we are working on 2 separate waves of projects that we will notify to the Commission for its approval. The aim, as you can see, is actually to be able to address market failure across the entire health sector, from the production processes for molecules to disruptive medical devices. So the first wave is actually focused on the pharmaceutical sector, which will concern over 50 projects on which Europe must be able to position itself and strengthen its industrial leadership. So we have, of course, the development of cell and gene therapies to address medical needs that are today unmet, for instance, rare diseases or cancers. We want also to foster innovation in the field of antimicrobial resistance, which is a highly underinvested segment of the market and is the cause of 1 million deaths per year worldwide. And this number is actually estimated to grow. And we want also to innovate in more greener production technologies and processes so we can enable the health industries to meet the challenge of the environmental transition, of course, in accordance with the objectives that are set by the European Green Deal. The strategic axes or themes of the second wave will focus on medtech and digital health, but they are still under development between the member states. So we have still to identify the specific market failures that are present in the field of medtech and digital health. So as you can see, since the signature of the manifesto, we have been very busy, and member states have been working together towards the pre-notification of the first wave of projects, which is aimed to take place at the end of October. In the meantime, there will be a matchmaking session between the direct partners that have been selected up to now by member states to ensure the coherence and the integration of these different projects selected by the member states. In November, there will be a European-wide matchmaking organized with the potential help of EIT Health between the direct and indirect partners this time, in order to strengthen the project consortia with public and or private partnerships and to ensure they have a real European dimension. This is especially important because this will contribute to the overall spillover effect, and the IPSAI, our objective is also that the IPSAI will benefit to the whole ecosystem. By the end of the year, the pre-notification of the second wave of projects, so MedTech and digital health, is scheduled by the end of the year, and by the first semester of 2023, we expect the final notification and approval of the first wave of projects, which will then allow the deployment of the national funds. A few words on the synergies with the other European initiatives. So, of course, this IPSAI is not a standalone initiative. It is articulated and designed to be fully complementary with the various European initiatives that already exist. The first one being, of course, HERA, the Health Emergency and Response Authority, because, as you noticed, the development of breakthrough innovations in the field of emerging health threats is one of the pillars of the first wave of projects. So it will directly complement the action of HERA in the objective to build European capacities to respond to future health crises. Second one is, of course, the European pharmaceutical strategy, which will deploy a framework to pursue some common objectives with the IPSAI. For example, access to affordable medicines, addressing unmet medical needs, and supporting competitiveness and innovation in the industry. We also have, of course, the calls for projects of Horizon Europe, Cluster 1, EIC, or even IHI, and the objectives of the Green Deal for the environmental transition of the European healthcare industry. Synergies also extend to EIT Health, of course, whose action for innovation in health by federating communities of European actors is completely in line with the objectives that are currently pursued by the Health IPSAI. So a collaboration project is indeed being studied between the Health IPSAI and EIT Health and the Commission, and it could lead to a common roadmap of actions in the coming weeks around two main topics, which can be the co-financing of projects and the support to the organization of the matchmaking. To conclude, I will just stress on the point that to achieve our ambition to fund European projects with cross-border cooperation, involving various actors, SMEs, startups, academic, universities, and so forth, we're planning European matchmaking sessions. So as I mentioned, that will start in November with a matchmaking between selected projects of the first wave of projects and their potential partners. So each member state will be able to submit a list of potential partners that it wishes to propose, even if it happens after the pre-notification of the first wave. So to do so, the list of selected projects by each member state will be published so that all the interested parties can contact the direct partners to identify potential collaborations with them. Yes, and finally, after this process of discussion and identifying collaborations with the direct partners, we will discuss with the selected indirect partners on the potential way forward, including support and potential financing of the indirect partners. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Michel Hao, for this very precious state of play, for those explanations and the timetable you gave us. Thank you very much. It's 2:45. It's now time to discuss about IPSAI with our dear speakers. I call on stage except Hugh Laverty, Executive Director at Interim at Innovative Health Initiative, is remote live, but I call on stage Klaus Bitz, CEO EIT Manufacturing, Christina Beskos, we can applaud them, thank you for them, Christina Beskos, EIT Health Director of Innovation and Moderator, and Wolfgang Philipp, Deputy Head of HERA, Acting Director. And I know, Michel Hao, that you have an appointment and you have to leave us. Thank you very much. So, Christina, I'm handing over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? I think we can come closer, no? I think. No, let's sit together, no? Let's make it a bit cozier. So, good afternoon, everybody in the audience. Also, it's really my pleasure as a host organization from EIT Health really to chair this panel debate. I think it was really a perfect introduction from Mr. Rao about the possibilities and the challenges that we have in Europe to really face this tremendous goal of improving the resilience of the European healthcare systems and the autonomy in manufacturing of the industry in Europe. And I think all the members of this panel have been already mentioned in the previous presentation, and so I think it's almost self-explanatory why we have selected this excellent panel is to discuss together how really can we work together, not just on a name, but of concrete proposals, so around this collaboration on the IPCAI and other initiatives. So it's again my pleasure to introduce you the panel. So we have here on stage Klaus Bitz, so CEO of EIT Manufacturing, We have Wolfgang Phillips, so the deputy head of ERA, the Agency for Readiness and Preparedness, and we have on the screen huge Leverty from the Innovative Health Initiative, and we will have a round of discussion. So there are no presentation. This is really a lively debate in which we want really to have a conversation among the agencies, because one of the main challenges is really how we work together. So I'm going to give first word to each one of the panelists, starting with you, Klaus, on what is talking about especially innovative ecosystems, because that is all about that collaboration and how different stakeholders and not just one type of industry or academia or hospitals or healthcare providers work on their silos, but how we work together and how, I mean, the KICS and specifically EIT manufacturing is positioned in that.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the introduction, and let briefly introduce myself. I'm Klaus Beetz, I'm the CEO of EIT Manufacturing, and we are together with EIT Health, we are one of the 8 KICs that are operating under the umbrella of the European Institute and Innovation and Technology. And let me start with really emphasizing the importance of manufacturing. If we look around, all the things here are the result of manufacturing. The food on our plate, the plate itself, the table where the plate is on, all is the result of a manufacturing process. So we are every moment, every citizen in Europe is in touch with the result of manufacturing. And this is also in the health sector. And it is not only the liquid medicines, the pills, the drugs that is produced, also all the machinery, the CT scanners, the ultrasound scanners, the X-ray machines, and so forth. So therefore, it was for us a natural step to join forces with EIT Health on the bioproduction or biomanufacturing in general, and on the IPSAI especially. On this really good initiative, I think, and on the slides from Mr. Rao, we have seen innovative technology. So we have to rethink manufacturing. Really, manufacturing was always driven by the triangle of cost, quality, and time. And now we have to take the sustainability, and with the war in Ukraine, especially the energy consumption, on the same level, like cost, quality, and time. And we have to integrate it to go for products that use less energy and production system that use less energies. We have to really rethink manufacturing in that way. And therefore, a community like a KIC with research institutes, with universities, with large industry, with small industry, with a European startup community is the right place to push this rethinking of manufacturing, what we manufacture and how we manufacture forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. Great introduction of the key concept, and especially for manufacturing. So with this collaboration between EIT Manufacturing and EIT Health, we really want to complement this IPCA initiative, because it's not only about fostering the industrial part, it's all these other elements on the value chain. So it's also the academia, it's also, as we say, the hospitals that have to be part of this initiative. And with this, I give now the word to Hugh Laverty. So I hope you can hear us well. And thanks for being here also on the screen. So, Hugh, it's your turn to present the IHI and the next initiatives.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yes? Good, yes.
Okay. I'm just looking very big on my screen, so I apologize for looming.
You're looking also very big here, I can tell you.
So apologies that I can't be with you today, but I was appointed to the role of acting ED last week. I still have my hat of Head of Scientific Operations, and we closed our first call under Horizon Europe yesterday, so it's a very busy time for us. But thanks to the organisers for giving me an opportunity to tell you a little bit about IHI. We are basically a collaboration between the European Union on one hand and 5 different industry associations on the other hand. The industry associations are CASIR, MedTech Europe, Europa Bio, FPA, and Vaccines Europe. And unlike the predecessors that you might be aware of, IMI1 and IMI2, the projects that we're going to fund from IHI are really focused on all aspects of care, the continuum of care. And we know how important healthcare is to us, just like we're going through the crisis in Ukraine. We've just finished the other crisis, we're at the end of the crisis of COVID, where our healthcare was very much brought home to all of us its importance. Now, we are a funding body, so we fund our projects, and our funding comes 50% from the European Union, 50% from industry. So we're a matched funding model. And we also identify the projects that we fund through an open competitive call process. So if you want to get funding from IHI, you have to compete with other consortia. At a very high level, our objectives are really about turning health research and innovation into real benefits for patients and society. We're looking to deliver safe and effective health innovations that, as I said, go across the continuum of care. And of course, we have an important role in supporting European industries so that they can retain some global competitiveness, particularly in this area of health. And so data, new technologies, cross-sectoral collaboration are really at the heart of the projects that IHI are going to fund. And of course, digitalization and the use of data. So we're going to try to harness all the data that exists, but try to do it in a better way so that we can improve healthcare. And my role and the office that I work in, our job is to really facilitate the building of these collaborations. Because in our projects, we're going to bring together public bodies, so academics, researchers, universities, patient organizations, regulatory bodies. And now we have a range of industrial actors, big and small, coming from 5 different industry sectors. So a key component of our first phase is to build the trust between these different actors so that we can actually collaborate together and address all of these concerns that impact all of us. So that's enough for me from the minute. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Hugh. So very good explanation of the IHI initiative, and also as we have commented, we are establishing a collaboration how we can really expand this capillarity of the IHI also with the startups and with the network of EIT Health. Yeah. So I'll give now the word to Wolfgang Phillips, Deputy Director of ERA, and also your time to present the organization in this innovation ecosystem.
Thank you very much, and also for the opportunity basically to make a bit of promotion for ERA, because we see now we exist nearly since 1 year. It's a Commission Directorate General, so it's not an agency or another entity. We're just a DG as many others. That is a particular setup. In particular, if you call the whole setup here Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority. But we have a very relatively simple mission. And that is to make sure that we create an end-to-end solution. So we have seen this in some of the presentations here already, really an end-to-end solution that helps us to better anticipate health threats of a transnational dimension, and then also to make sure that investments are done, that medical countermeasures are developed. So it means that investments in research and innovation, that we have structures in place that would help to or would support to produce medical countermeasures, critical medical countermeasures at scale. I've seen this in the pandemic, very important. And at the end of the day, that we also have means of deployment to make sure that critical medical countermeasures are available where they should be. So that does not mean that we reinvent the wheel, but that we work in a certain system, being complementary with funders, with other structures that help, that support research and development, but also downstream processes. So that is what ERA should do. Make sure that medical countermeasures, critical medical countermeasures, are available and accessible across the European Union. So for this, we have a budget that has a big figure, that's 6.1 billion until 2027, but that is not on an account and we can just make free use of it. We are funded basically, or we are basically working with budgets coming from the EU for Health, with budgets coming from the Horizon Europe, and then from the Next Generation EU, the RESC-EU budget that is being used now, this year, next year, for strategic stockpiling. So this year we have 1.3 billion. That looks like a lot of money, but at the end of the day, money goes. That's about 600 million that goes into stockpiling. That is about 275 million coming from EU for Health. Here we have a bit more flexibility, and then about close to 400 million from the Horizon Europe. And here we are obviously using the same process as the colleagues from RTD, although where we try to focus on is to make sure that the budgets go really into a consolidated research and innovation agenda for pandemic preparedness. There's a lot of fragmentation, I would say, without being too critical, but that is the final goal of HERA, to invest budgets into this, and that is why we are looking at opportunities not to attract more money, but at opportunities to make sure that we have a good alignment of priorities which serve HERA's mission, so ensuring access to critical medical countermeasures, but also driving the innovation landscape in Europe in the area of medical countermeasures, and at the end of the day resulting in ideally better health outcomes. So that is basically what we are doing, what we are trying to do, and I'm really grateful for the invitation.
Thank you, Wolfram. So one of the challenges of HERA is definitely to mobilize the whole community in very short times. And this is our conversations from EIT Health is also to offer our structure and with capacity to really make calls with competitive calls under the Horizon Europe programs, always based on impact results, because that I think is a driver for all the kicks, that we really measure impact and results and not just deliver money in the system without any control. So let's start the debate in questions. We have 4 questions really key to the European innovation agenda. The first one is about autonomy. And I'm going to start with you again, Klaus, is how, I mean, this challenge of autonomy can be tackled with your organization and in the collaboration that we have here.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the strategic autonomy is really an important topic for Europe, no doubt about that. And our main lesson from the manufacturing point of view, from the COVID and also now from the war in Ukraine, is really the vulnerability and the fragility of our worldwide distributed supply chains. Here we have really to reshape the supply chains, and we have to look at them as an opportunity for innovation, because in manufacturing you have not that much really disruptive innovations. Innovations are done mostly inside the industry in an incremental way. And reshaping our supply chains is a huge opportunity for innovation, and it is a huge opportunity for EIT and the KICs. You know, we as the KICs of the EIT, we are standing for the I when it comes to R&D and I, research, development and innovation. R&D and I, and that does not mean R&D and die. This is our mission as a KIC under the umbrella of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. So there is really a huge opportunity to innovate in the whole manufacturing domain, and especially also in the health domain. We see currently in manufacturing a big trend away from the predetermined fixed production line directed for mass production, producing to a cheap price billion of things of the same kind. The trend is going towards more individualized production, and this is very important for manufacturing, not having the same bill for headache to billions of people, rather to go for a personalized medicine. And we see this trend in several industry domains in manufacturing. And here we see our task to cross-fertilize their production methods between the different domains. What is really an innovation, and proved innovation with impact in one domain, to bring this to the other domain. This we see as our task. Thank you.
Yeah. So we heard about supply chain and personalization. I think it goes very much into your countermeasures, no? How we produce them rapidly enough and in the capacity of Europe to respond to whatever threats that come in the future.
Yes, indeed. I can keep this relatively short because we heard already something about IPCEI from Mr. Rau before, but that concerns HERA. But I mean, let me just remind us, I mean, the concept of the strategic autonomy is not new, it's very old. It's from the 50s, and it was mostly used in the security and the defense sector for good reasons. But on the other hand, we have already seen disrupted supply chains before the pandemic hit and before Russia started the war against Ukraine. So it is just culminating now in something which is really coming to, which is affecting our daily life. You go to the supermarket, you see it. So I don't want to talk about complex medical countermeasures consisting of hundreds of thousands of compounds that might come from all over the world. I think the way on how to deal with it is to make sure that interdependencies are manageable, so that we know where things come from. If they come from the EU or from an EU country, the better it is. But we have seen during the pandemic as well that let's say the kind of support from all EU countries was not there at the beginning when others were calling for support. I mean, so therefore we have to be a little bit careful here, but secure supply chains to a maximum for critical items. When we talk about medical countermeasures, that can be distilled water. No, I mean you have a production line, your production lines somewhere by different companies. They shared access to the distilled water. That's a critical element. It might not be in another case. So these, as you say, it's very, very complex to look at these production lines, and we are doing this at HERA. So we are setting up an intelligence platform, not just for epidemic intelligence, but also for supply chain intelligence. But not to have a catalog there or become Google, the Google in that universe, but really to be very specific, just to make sure that supply chains are secured. We have been doing this, just one example, around through the implementation of the EU vaccine strategy with some of the suppliers. It worked here. Now for IPCEI, we are very happy and we are very curious to see what kind of projects are coming in. It's absolutely exciting, and also it's great that French EU presidency pushed that forward. At HERA, very specifically, we have been launching something that we call EU FAB here as well, is to make sure that we have a certain production capacity for vaccines available in the future. So that is that's going to be funded through the EU for Health program with 160 million euros per year, and this is really to reserve critical capacities for the production of vaccines, which are relevant to respond very quickly at the beginning of the next epidemic, pandemic, or whatever kind of situation we are facing.
Yeah, thank you. So in view of time, Hugh, I'm going to link this conversation about the managing the interdependencies with the next question for you. It's about the financial gap. So we know we are talking here about leveraging public funds and finding synergy, but it's definitely important these investment capacities of the private sector too, and put them together to support these EU strategies. So what do you think are these main challenges in your organization to tackle this finance gap that we need in order to really succeed with this strategy?
So thanks, Christina. I mean, I think one of the things we always have to bear in mind when we talk about a program like IHI is where we operate. And we operate in the pre-competitive space. So we don't work on specific products per se. What we are really trying to do is, bring everybody together to understand the challenges and then to agree on what could be a shared solution. So if you look at it in a certain way, we are preparing the field, we're plowing, we're tilling the ground, and we're getting it ready for others to come along and plant their seeds of innovation. I think there are two elements to this. First of all, to go back to your original question, we've got to recognize that Europe is a knowledge-based economy. So the more open and transparent we can be about sharing data and information, this is actually going to improve our autonomy, but also improve innovation. And then with a program like IHI, we can harness public and private so that we can address some of these challenges together, and we can de-risk so that when the starting point is actually agreed and is known, because we can react and we can develop and we can bring a new product as quickly as possible. But if the fundamental premise is flawed, or it's the wrong challenge, or it wasn't the right approach, some of this basic stuff, we've wasted a lot of time and effort. So I think it's this idea of understanding challenges and helping to de-risk some of the approaches that we really can maximize this public-private investment. And looking to more how you then bring the innovations further down the line, it's clear that that's not what we're about. So we would look to programs like EIT Health, which are more agile or have better defined tools that would then allow some of these innovations to progress towards the market. I mean, EIC as well. I mean, there are many different instruments now under Horizon Europe. So I think what we try to do with public and private financing is we somehow try to straighten the path of innovation, take out some of the kinks, some of the unexpected bumps and turns, and try to, as I said, try to set the groundwork that allows innovation to reach patients and reach the market much more quickly.
Definitely. I don't know, Klaus, if you have anything to comment in that part also with the...
Yeah, I mean, this is a very valid topic, especially in manufacturing. You know, we have mostly hardware-based startups. And there, the situation is completely different. If you look at startups in the pure digital space, there you need an URL and a laptop and an idea, and you can start, yeah? In the hardware-based scene in manufacturing is much more difficult. You need a lot of money to establish your first production line. Then you have to scale it up. Your production line, you have to go for all the certification, the CEA certification, and so you need much more investment to get up off the ground, and also then to scale up, you need much more investment. And there, I'm very happy that the European Union started the EIC, because we as a KIC, we have possibilities to invest in startups, but very limited. Yeah, we cannot do big investments, only a very small investment. So our possibilities there are very limited. Therefore, we very welcome the EIC to have close to us really a financial instrument on a European level that can really be used to tackle this gap we have. Yeah.
Definitely, we have a very good collaboration, EIC, IT Health as a pilot project, and we can definitely concur with your comment. And as you were saying, it's not the same times for digital space than, for example, we've heard in the previous keynote speaker about the biotech industry and the necessities that we have in that space, which is also covered by the first wave of the IPCEI project. Is really a challenge that we really need to address from the big industries that will collaborate in the IHI, but also from the startups that will also have a play in the development of those molecules. So I'm going to move to the next question also to ask you from Wolfram is about the talent gap, and we have heard also that name in the IPCEI, but definitely in order to prepare this innovation agenda and the future for Europe, we need to have this entrepreneurship and digital skills develop in the professional that will manage the companies and the services in the future. So how do you are you tackling this part of talent gap for ERA?
That's a good question. I think we have the same problem as everybody else. It is. I don't have any recipe here, but I mean, what is very clear at least in the area in the healthcare area, there's a lot of leverage. There's a lot of room for improvement through digitalization. I think that is it has been discussed for years, for decades probably, but at the end of the day, I don't know what is really this glass wall that is difficult to break. Now, attracting the right talents is obviously difficult, and these days not just a matter of money, budget, or salaries. I think it's a matter of being attractive and being innovative and creating something that is really making a difference. So I must say, just very specifically for HERA, we were quite lucky in attracting a lot of young people. I even had somebody now reaching the 50s, and she wants to leave because she said there's too many young people here. I feel too old. That is not a joke. It is really the truth. But at the end of the day, I mean, to become very serious, I think there's a lot can be done. That needs to be done in terms of channeling the resources. The digital resources that we are having into the right direction to improve our healthcare systems, and at the end of the day, having better health outcomes, better public health outcomes, and that needs to be done seriously. So we don't have particular funding for that, but what we are doing is, I mean, we are investing quite a lot of money into digitalization of better anticipation of health threats, of better assessment tools, of better analytics, of better tools for decision making, and so on and so forth. So that's an attractive area to work and to attract also perhaps private investments from the outside. Let's see now how far that materializes.
Thank you, Wolfgang. So as you say, talent management is not only about education programs, but it's also being able to bring the talent to the right place, no, and being able to keep it and keep it engaged, no. And at the ETH Health we have this initiative called Work in Health, which is really about that, about addressing the challenges of the healthcare market, and especially also in STEM areas. And I wanted to go back to you then, Hugh, in this part of the talent management or the talent gap. You are covering this early stage, but definitely all your partners, the industrial community, are facing this challenge nowadays, and it's going to increase in the near future. So how is your initiative helping in that part of the talent gap?
Yes, so it's a really great question. I mean, under IMI 1, we actually had a very specific pillar dedicated to education and training, and this was for helping, upskill or reskill members of the workforce. We don't have that so much now under IMI 2 and particularly under IHI. But actually, what is very interesting is that we have some projects and we have some collaborators that are very active in the digital space. So we have beneficiaries such as Elixir, which are working a lot of training in digital and data. And I'm sure you're all aware of the work of Elixir because they're spread across Europe. I'd also highlight another project of ours called Eden, which is about building a data infrastructure, a federated infrastructure, and that has a really strong component on education. But it's not just so much about individuals, it's also about training SMEs in order to be able to manage the new environment with data and the digitalization. And so they then become they come to the forefront of the digital and data revolution. So education and training is really embedded within all of our projects. Some it's a bit more apparent than others. And again, I think you at EIT Health, you actually have several dedicated programs about upskilling and reskilling. And I think we all acknowledge that this is essential. as we adapt to this cross-sectoral, multidisciplinary way of working, that what we left university with is no longer enough. Continuous education is what we have to be doing.
Yeah, this will be definitely part of our collaboration. So I'm glad that you mentioned the Project Eden, because that's the next point is about the European health data space and how really to build a digital single market in order to really have the capacity to really have the critical mass, no, in Europe about digital products and digital services. So I'll go now to you, Klaus, in that space of digital. What can EIT manufacturing bring to the table?
Yeah, okay. For us, the digitalization manufacturing is really an enabler. It's a means to going really for green manufacturing and a sustainable manufacturing. So it's not a digitalization is for me not a purpose by itself. It's really an enabler, a means. And it starts with the data. You have to collect your data right, and therefore we are deeply involved in Gaia X, the European initiative for data spaces. And data spaces is for me not a technological problem. It's more a political and a trust problem. How you bring all the stakeholders that are involved in the production, the consumer, all the suppliers of raw materials, of prefabricated materials, to share their data, yeah, and to also ensure that everybody has a fair share of the value of the data. These data have a value, and as each has a fair share of the value of the data, each participant. And with that, also providing the data, because if you have only the data in one machine or in one production line, this will do some optimization and some efficiency on a small scale. We only gain really the benefits from a full digitalization if we go for an end-to-end digitalization of the whole life cycle of products. And therefore, the data management is the key.
Yeah, we are going to open the round for questions to the public in 1 minute, but I want to close this question also with you, Wolfgang, because definitely this digitalization process and this availability of data for a really a rapid response is essential. So how are you tackling that complexity that we have in Europe with the health data space, and how you align with this initiative?
So basically, I mean, everybody knows the European health data space is a key priority for the Commission. That is very clear. It's more about personal data and about managing personal data, also having a better, at the end of the day, better healthcare services, better research innovation, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, you all know about this. So it is not directly relevant for us, because here, I mean,
it's also about secondary use of data.
Exactly. So I just wanted to say, I mean, we are more interested, not more interested, what we need for timely response is obviously timely access to quality data, and these are mostly aggregate data, metadata, but also secondary or tertiary information. So it's not just about what is happening where and so on and so forth. You also have to include, I don't know, we have seen this in the pandemic, data from telecommunication use, mobility use, things upcoming in a hospital but not in another hospital. So I mean, there's different layers that need to be used. So we have different projects here running at the moment to come up with IT platforms, interoperable IT platforms to exchange data from laboratories. We are investing, or we are creating a HERA lab network, for example, with 25 million to be able to respond also on the biological and the analytical side very quickly, and to know what is actually out there, like, for example, Omicron. No? So it appears in the news, everybody wants to know what it is. Who knows what it is? Nobody. So somebody needs to run the experiments. And we don't want to end up in that situation again, so we create this. But for this, we need interoperable IT platforms that will be created at a global level. I will not talk about other IT platforms that we are setting up for supply chain management and so on and so forth. So there's a lot going on at the moment, but I think the time is too short to go through all of these elements.
Okay, thank you.
But it's very crucial, obviously.
Definitely.
Yeah, maybe to add one thing. I mean, the GDPR is really a success story for Europe, but this for personal data. When it comes to machine-generated data, if we need a regulation at all, there I would make a question mark. And then we need definitely another regulation. We cannot use the GDPR also in the industrial environments for machine-generated data. This message I want to bring across when it comes to data. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for the punctualization. So I cannot see at all with the lights. So you can tell me if there are questions. I think we have a microphone, available here. So just raise your arm if you have questions and I don't see any. If not, I mean, I'm going to go back to probably the beginning of the conversation that was about the pandemic, no? So how COVID has just put, probably, it's not that it has brought new problems. I think the problems and challenges were there before, but it has just put black on top of white what were really the needs and what we really need to have learned. And probably we have been talking about these strategic topics for 50 years, so about the preparedness agency also for a certain time, and it has definitely speed and realize our awareness. So I wanted to ask you from your organizations also, what have we learned in the new, for example, for you, Hugh, in the change from IMI to IHI, this pandemic came. So what have we learned from that?
So I think there are two parts to that, because I think what the pandemic really showed us, but as I work in a PPP, and I've worked for 12 years in the PPP, IMI existed before the pandemic, and so we were already collaborating. So collaboration is really key. This openness, this transparency, access to data, access to information. I think in terms of just a couple of things that we need to do, we need to invest in our infrastructure so that we are prepared instead of just saying we are prepared. We need to invest in our manufacturing capacity so that we can react. We need to invest in surveillance so that we actually know what's coming instead of being surprised when something pops up. And then I also think we need to think about new business models. Because if you don't actually have a pandemic, where is the business need? Where's the financial imperative to develop something? So I do actually think there's quite a lot of different aspects on the social, business, and kind of scientific side. From our perspective within IHI, I think it reinforced the need to try to collaborate, but I also think it reinforced the need to think in a cross-sectoral way. IMI 1, IMI 2 were very much focused on the pharmaceutical space, on medicines development. Now we have imaging, now we have medtech, now we have the biotech. So we're bringing in a wider range of actors. And in fact, the majority of the new actors are probably mid-sized and small businesses. So I think we always knew we needed to collaborate. We probably need to collaborate more after the pandemic. But then this cross-sectoral openness of data, transparency, being able to access data rapidly and then be able to make informed decisions. I think that is reflected now in the DNA of IHI.
Yeah, there's probably this cross-sectoral approach that it has allowed us to, or forced us to look wider, and this is also probably the topic of this One Health, no? That before we were just thinking of not even humans, but really looking at a specific condition, and now we have to think not only about humans, but our ecosystem, many other aspects that are coming into our daily life, no?
Yeah, I mean, if I look at manufacturing, our main challenge, I must come back to your second question with the talent and the skills. For us, it's not that much the talent gap, it's really the skills gap. We have more than 2 million industry organizations around in Europe active in manufacturing. And they employ up to 35 billion European citizens. And according to a study of the World Manufacturing Forum, 30% of them needs upskilling and reskilling. We see a big movement from the physical strength, from the muscle power we had in the past in our factories and plants to the brain power. You know, say it in simple words, in the past we needed a lot of less educated people in our factories and plants that carried boxes. Now we need very, very well-trained people that manage, supervise, program, control the robots that carries the boxes. Yeah, and this is, I think, one of the main topics we have to tackle in this context.
Yeah, the high skills that we need to have at the present. So, I mean, it's all about pandemic. So your organization, I think that this question is completely for you. No?
Thank you. I can continue another hour if you want, but I think people would get bored. No, I just wanted to say, I mean, I was very personally leading the crisis management unit when this all started in DG Santé at the time. So from the 9th of January 2020 onwards, it's a daily business. What have we achieved? We have created the European Health Union that is strengthening and really reinforcing the ECDC, the EMA. That comes, I mean, just keywords, PP, public-private partnerships, accelerating regulatory process, and so on and so forth. We have been creating HERA with a substantial budget and a substantial mandate, but we are still in a pandemic. We have had a very successful vaccine strategy, and I mean, Europe has been producing most of these vaccines. Do not forget this, that more than half of the vaccines were produced actually in the European Union and went to the rest of the world. I will stop there, but so basically, apart from what you said, I mean, because that was very eloquent, preparedness. We should not start again looking now at writing lessons learned reports and having meetings about it without knowing where the budget comes from afterwards to rectify and correct things or to put things correctly on a track. We need means for executive decision making. At HERA we have this through our HERA crisis board in case of the next emergency. So political decisions or decisions at political level can be taken there when it comes to medical countermeasures availability, access, exchange, and so on and so forth. So a lot of things have improved. We need better data sharing, we need better info sharing, we need better tools for assessments, which are less subjective but more really info-based. We need, I mean, MCMs. I will not continue on this one, and we need a better coordination, a real coordination. The EU is a great regional space, but it is not just inside the EU. I mean, dealing with epidemics, pandemics is at a global level. So here as well, with the international organizations, structures, processes, procedures need to be revisited, corrected, and put into place. So preparedness costs money, a lot of money. Preparedness is perhaps boring, but at the end of the day, we will all be happy if the work has been done in the future. So HERA is just one little element here, and we are trying to do our share there, but it's a big, big project that needs to be done. So I will stop.
So what we can see is that we have to stop talking about collaboration, but really doing it and having with not only this strategic plan, but having a business behind it and a collaboration of all the stakeholders, as we have said. I cannot see if we have any questions from the audience. There's one question. That is better.
Hello, my name is Anne-Françoise Berton. I'm an independent consultant in One Health and public-private partnerships. I have a question relevant to HR management in collaboration. We were saying that cross-fertilizing is extremely important, more than ever, if we talk about One Health. And that means bringing people from one sector to another, from a startup to a big pharma, for a big pharma to a state agency, etc. But in practice, it doesn't work. For example, I know that HERA has a policy saying that if you've been working for 3 years previously with a private pharma company, you're not eligible to work in HERA, and it's the same in several public agencies. So my question is, how would you foresee the HR policies of the future to enable cross-fertilization? The other solution that I can see is only to hire young people who have no history whatsoever, and then get all the people 50 years plus to stay in their original sector. So how do you tackle this to make sure that you can actually cross-fertilize all the experiences between animal health, human health, public, private, and different European countries? Thank you.
Thank you.
I need to apologize. I don't know about the 3 years rule, but I mean I can check this with our HR people. I mean obviously what we're looking at, or what we're trying to attract, are talents. I mean either from inside the Commission or from inside agencies or from the outside. Ideally people that have a certain level of professional experience, wherever this has been done or not. I mean I also have experience in academia and was on the payroll of a company before joining the Commission. So I mean that is what we are looking at. But we are not looking at what we are not looking at is unmotivated people. So everything else is fine. I will look at this 3 years rule. I'm not aware of it, to be honest. I mean, what we need is people that have an idea, that can work into certain things. They must not be a specialist now into certain projects or certain programs of biotech industry. I mean, you know yourself that is very much a fluctuation in that industry as well in terms of priorities. But we need people which are motivated, that look really into, that understand processes, or that understand the content of public needs and private needs, and that would be the ideal candidate, I would say. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that will be also a response from say. I think it's this good mixture, of people and experiences is what really makes good teams work, no? And
yeah, of course. He mentioned before already the cross-sectoral working together, and this is key for us. Yeah, we will in the future really not very much this deep specialized. We will need people that have really an overview on complex digitalized processes when it comes to the industry, and there you have to have knowledge from the mechanics, you have to have knowledge from the electronics, you have to have knowledge from the digital world. So we need these people really more in a T-shaped profile, let's say. Yeah.
Christina, if I could just make a little comment as well, just very quickly. I think one of the nice things and one of the good things when we go out to our projects under IMI1 and IMI2, I mean, we have many different sectors and actors working together. And whenever we have academics that have PhD students or junior postdocs, they're working with industry colleagues. So they're getting a different view on the way of doing research. And in one of our projects, they actually needed to organize hackathons. And they had to get the hackathon because they were making no progress in getting the biologists to agree with the data managers. So they had to actually basically lock them in a hotel for a week to get them to talk to each other and work together. So I think this is where the more types of collaborative models that we can have and get more PhDs, junior postdocs involved, then they get a more rounded view of some of the challenges and just don't see it as one theme or one technique, but can actually put everything together. And I think that for me is one of the really nice things when I go out to talk to our project teams to see that.
Yeah, And talking about this talent, I mean, we talk about how to upskill or reskill senior talent. That is really important in this digitization process. But it's also the gender gap. So I had to say it also, that I think it's very important that we tackle that and that we have good references for that. So I see a big now news here saying our time is up. So thank you very much for this exciting debate. I want to give you just 1 minute each other just for the last statement. Let's start on the opposite round as the beginning, maybe Wolfgang.
I don't need a minute. I hope. I mean, this is a great event, and I hope that we find common grounds in certain areas to mobilize our resources in the right way, which is not just in our interest, but also in the interest of the other organizations. That we are discussing this now since a while, but I hope we come there and find really precise projects, precise areas of collaboration to make the best use of the public money that we have, and to attract as much private money as possible.
Concrete commitment to do things. Thank you. Hugh, your.
I mean, I think we've touched upon different programs. There are many different things going on. And I think each of those programs can play a different role. Our goal is to link them together better. So I can tell you now that at IHI, we're exploring how to synergize with HERA. We're well into discussions with EIT Health, how we can synergize and work together so that we can do something concrete. And we will be exploring with the European health data space. So we need to collaborate more, even more than we're doing already.
Thank you. And
yeah, I just can emphasize what was just said. We have to collaborate more, and I'm really looking forward to a close collaboration with Jean-Marc and all the team of EID Health here. I see there are really great opportunities in joining forces between EID Manufacturing and EID Health in all regards, in the innovation domain, especially in the education domain as well, because we as a KIC, we are really in the good position that the technologies that are developed, the major technologies we are taking under our support with our innovation activities, we can also offer the training for these innovation activities, that these technologies are really used in the industry, in the healthcare sector and in the manufacturing sector. So there I'm really looking forward to a close collaboration, and I would like to say thank you for organizing this great event here, Jean-Marc, and thank you for inviting me to this debate.
Thank you. And this is also to close, also from EIT Health, definitely thank you all for being here. I mean, this is the first debate on this statement of really establishing close and concrete collaboration so that we really can come in less than 1 year and say we run programs together, we run projects together, initiatives that really have an impact. So thank you very much, and we give the floor back to the moderator.
Thank you, Christina. Please stay on stage, please. Thank you for your enthusiasm. You can stay to listen to the two, if you can, to listen to the two takeaways that are going to follow. Thank you for the moderation, and it was very interesting to listen your testimonies, your feedbacks, and your enthusiasm. Really. Please join us on the stage. Anaïs Le Corvec for the first takeaway, network manager at the Council of European Bioregions. She is going to give us her personal insights as a great witness of the discussions. Thank you very much, Anaïs Le Corvec. And I call to Yordanis Arzimanoglu, Program Manager for Health and Biotechnologies at European Innovation Council. Thank you for coming. We're going to listen to you. Each of you have 10 minutes. We have 15 minutes late, but it doesn't matter. It's okay. It's a good timing. Thank you very much, Anaïs.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, thank you very much for having me here today to give my views on this debate. I'm Anaïs Le Corvec. I'm the network manager of the Council of European Bioregions. It's an association of 40 bioregions, mostly cluster organizations. And so we're really interested in knowing more about what's going on. Obviously, we're trying to be involved in several of the initiatives. So I will try to give first just a quick overview of why we're here, maybe in a minute, and then my takeaway from this session. So basically, I would say that clusters and whom I represent from all across Europe, they're one of the first, let's say, key entity in touch with the SMEs and local innovators. So we really hear what's going on the ground and their key issues. With that, we are very involved in several projects, but actually 3 in particular that are very related to what's been discussed. So one on the European health data space that just kicked off, another one on innovation ecosystem, so how to boost them, which is again very related, and another one that will start in January on biomanufacturing that actually is led by Genopole, who's I know somewhere in the room too. So anyways, we are very involved in that and in making people actually collaborate. So again, collaboration is key. Why with EIT Health also? We started about almost 2 years ago. It will finish someday in that concrete field, I promise. Biomanufacturing landscape. The collaboration will go on for a long time. But just the landscape, we're about to issue a second wave, but with this landscape, we really got to understand a lot better what was going on in the biomanufacturing landscape in Europe with EIT Health, EIT Manufacturing. And I will just come back to it afterwards, especially on the talent perspective. And then it's been said in the session several times, but I will reinforce synergies. Concrete collaboration. We really try to be connected to all the different initiatives, but also to kind of make sure that all this information that is very here European-driven, European institution, big initiative, that actually this word goes back to the companies. And the clusters are great disseminators and connectors to the companies so they understand really what's going on and where they can actually find support, because it's not easy for a company anywhere in Europe to understand where can I apply for some funds, where can I get some support. So this is important. On the key takeaways, maybe with Jordanis, we decided to split a little bit. So I will focus especially on the talent and digitalization. So first of all, I think we've heard, obviously, talent is a key challenge. We've seen that a lot. The upskilling, the reskilling, the cross-sector. Also, I would say this is something that we took from the landscape is the talent chase. So stealing from one another, which is actually going on a lot, especially in some countries where there's really difficulties to find talent. And this is something that needs to be addressed, and I'm happy there are several initiatives that are there. What else? I'm sorry, because I took a lot of notes while you were talking. So the room from improvement I took through digitalization, a key, so I will try to make the connection there. But I think there's also a very big need for programs that really target, like it was said before, upskilling, reskilling, but also development of new talents. And I will pick up on what Christina said, also very important to support women leadership for the future, because we're still not enough, so I had to say. It's very important, especially because it seems that women-led companies do better, so just anyways, wanted to make the comment. So again, for us, talent is very important, and for the clusters that often have academic partners as members, it's very important that we connect, that we understand better what's needed, and with the support, obviously, of EIT and the Work in Health initiative, I think at least this is a very important one that we want to follow, and make sure that we also give you maybe the SMEs or the entities, the enterprises feedback in how it's working, what they need, so we can really address this gap that there is at the moment. Second point, I think I'm going okay with the time, is about digitalization. So again, the European health data space is a great opportunity. We're looking into it. But as you said, and also Klaus, in terms of the manufacturing, the going greener and all of that, I think that's a key takeaway, obviously, from what's been said, and the importance to support digitalization and avoid, again, there's a big opportunity with the digitalization to have less fragmented markets, but this is hard when every national or every country has their own national rules. With Europe helping to harmonize somehow, let's see if it's good for our companies to be in there. And maybe last but not least, I wanted to mention about the IPCEI, IPK or IPSEI, how you want to pronounce it. We also think it's a very important initiative. For our companies, let's say the companies that are in the cluster that are mostly SMEs, though I must say it seems difficult as of now to participate really in the IPK. We think it has to be maybe clearer or more transparent in terms of how can we participate, because we understand there are big projects, there are the big leaders, as we say, the usual suspects that are developing and promoting big projects, but we need to ensure, because again, you say it's public money, and innovation in healthcare lies a lot in the SMEs and the startups, so we just need to make sure that those companies that are really innovators can also be there and find solution together with the bigger player, because it's needed, as you say, that we all collaborate. But let's hope that the smaller companies who are, we believe, the innovators are not forgotten. And last but not least, I just wanted to say, for me, the keywords in the uptake are cross-collaboration, very important, the digital, the use of data, the synergies. It's always mentioned a lot, and as you said, I hope we can really see concretely in maybe a year from now, come back here and say, look, this is what has advanced and what has been done, and we hope, at least from a CBIRD point of view and the clusters, that we can be supportive in that. I think more or less that's my takeaway.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Thank you very much. And now we're going to listen to Yordanis Arzimanoglu, Program Manager for Health and Biotechnologies, European Innovation Council.
I'd like to thank EIT Health for the opportunity, and personally Jean-Marc. It's always a challenge to close an event and to close a session, and everybody's tired. There are three key points in my view I'd like to share with you. First of all, the concept of One Health. And I was, while listening to your discussion, I was thinking, this is the first time I'm experiencing that. 1 week ago, I was fortunate to be invited by the French government to evaluate the French bioclusters. And it was amazing in their proposals to see with 7 other members of the International Committee and in the interviews that they have really implemented to a certain extent the concept of One Health. I was really impressed by the way clinicians, scientists, researchers, tech transfer centralized offices, regulatory approach within their proposals and when we discuss with them. Also major VCs like Sofinova, they have people already there in the clusters. Clusters were defined by a group of diseases. Cluster in metabolic diseases, another one in cancer, another one in infectious diseases, the work that here does not. My point is that the concept behind One Health is something that has worked and can work again with the APCI, and I'm very confident about that. 2 other points I'd like to share with you based on the discussion of the panel. The first one has to do with the funding and how do we go about the funding. Of course, that was the second, and the last one will be about the autonomy. But I agree with Wolfgang that this is not a new thing. But I'll tell you what I think could be new in this case. About the funding, I'd like to say that we, as you know, EIC invests a lot of money through the 3 different instruments, and in many cases, a legal entity just to an applicant, not only for the accelerator funding, but also for the transition funding, is eligible to apply. And what is important, I'd like to share with you, is if you could attend the jury meetings when the different cases are evaluated, your confidence would be raised that we are doing very good work in Europe, and we have really good people and talented people to judge IP, science, So I'd like to sort of raise your confidence that we have the people that can tell us which project is good and which project is more likely to succeed. But perhaps we don't have so much production of breakthrough research that can be converted to disruptive innovation as compared to the US for many different reasons. It's not the time now in the case to elaborate on that. But it's not only AIC. When I was invited by Kurt Hiller to the Gold Track, I was also impressed by the people, the investors that I saw there evaluating the proposals. So it seems that something is changing, something is done very professionally, the same way it could be done with high-level VCs. I've worked with them as a scientific advisor, and this is happening within the European institutions, which is something to be to remember. Now I'd like to turn to the autonomy. The autonomy. This is from Commissioner Breton, and everybody will talk about autonomy. This is a very important issue. But how do we go about that? We at EIC are very serious about that, and we work intensely to increase in-house the intelligence, strategic intelligence. Perhaps another opportunity. We have different steps when we select the challenges. And when we prepare challenges, one of the things that we do is that we bring external experts to really interrogate us. I mean the program managers that will develop those challenges. And these are really experts, the high caliber people that can come, for instance, in the RNA therapeutics call that we have. And I called a colleague from my time in the US, from the US Naval Global Office, and he said to me, I don't believe in RNA, I believe in DNA. So in front of all the others. This kind of debate, this kind of discussion also should be taken into, I'd like to share with you, to increase your confidence that we work hard building in-house intelligence. And this is where I believe we could collaborate better with the European institutions on this basis, and not only on synergies and getting together. Personally, I feel that I'm raising my titer of antibodies. Every time I hear another network, another group, another that, the question is, what is the unique selling point? Why this is needed? And something that we can improve in European institutions is to avoid overlaps. This has been a real problem, and this is because we can do better in the way we work together when we meet to really discuss how we develop things, how we develop. Two examples, very quick examples of successful. I was very happy to see that there was a person from Eurocare here. We established, as EIC, our director gave the forward, and we established a collaboration close with Eurocare. I met them 2 years ago, building a synthetic biology portfolio, and we talked to them, they talked to us, and we really add to our intelligence on synthetic biology, microbiota, and that's going to continue. The second is we organized an event, licensing in biotech recently, for our beneficiaries. This is the last thing I want to say to give you an example of what is needed. Our beneficiaries came, and we brought as speakers the technology transfer director from Tufts University, 25 years there, European, who is the one who handled the case of Illumina. Illumina is a 6 billion company known to many people in diagnosis and all that. So these people talked and shared practices in reality with cases. How do you do that? So somebody who was from a European university or SME was there. And of course, among the speakers was the VP of Alliances of BioNTech, with whom we also have a close relationship, and they explained to them all the problems, the stabilization, the IP problems, all that. So this is what I think is a great future, the non-funding support. I'll stop here because I'm sure you're tired.
Thank you. We can applaud our witnesses. So this is, thank you very much to you all. Thank you. This is the end of the first session. It's we have a little break, 10 minutes. Somebody wants to react or no? What do you think, Christina? It's okay? We can close? We can close the session. So we see you in 10 minutes. Thank you very much to you all, and have a nice break. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Okay, I'm very pleased to see you again for this session 2 of our event, and welcome to the participants. Welcome the people who are joining us now. I'm Marie-Laure Eustache, the Master of Ceremony and Master of Time. We'll try to finish at before 6 o'clock, and I remind you that there is a cocktail until 7:30. You're kindly invited to go to the cocktail, but before we have our discussion. And I must remind you that you can follow on live stream the debate, the session. You can go on Twitter, and with the hashtag INNOVEIT, INNOVEIT, you can share what you hear. And now we are going to talk about health in all policies. We talk a lot about collaboration previously, and I think we are going to continue on this session. So before our state of play with Antoaneta Angelova-Krasteva, we are going to listen to a recorded speech. We are going to listen to Thomas Ozdoba, Program Director at Net Zero Cities, and after, State of Play and panel. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully everything is working well. I believe the organizers have a set of slides I'm going to use to share some information with you. I'll go through those slides quite quickly. If possible, what I'd like to do, I'm with EIT Climate Kick, and we are the coordinator of Net Zero Cities, which serves as the platform to support the 100 EU cities and 12 other cities selected by the European Commission to be part of their mission for climate neutral and smart cities. I'm going to share with you some information about the mission and the Net Zero Cities platform. I'll do that quite quickly. All this information will be available to you. But then I'd like to hit on a little bit of the work that has been done in leading up to this work and through this work that directly speaks to the issues of health in cities. So very quickly, I mentioned the EU mission. They've identified 100 cities from EU member states, as well as 12 from associated countries, who are committed to the ambition of becoming climate neutral by 2030. And again, we're the platform. Next slide, please. There are several objectives for this mission. One is to develop an approach to support these cities. This is a very ambitious undertaking, and they're going to need a lot of help. The second is to build a platform that brings all the services, expertise, and solutions together so that cities have an easier pathway to identifying and accessing the things that they need. The third is to build capabilities to advance this level of change that's necessary, and then support other cities outside of the mission in coming along to address their climate issues as well, because it will take all cities to do this, not just these 112. Next slide, please. Net Zero Cities is doing 4 things fundamentally. There's a lot more detail than that, but 4 things fundamentally in building out the program. One is to develop this platform as an online portal and backed and activated through city advisors who build close relationships with each of these cities to help them through this process. Be an advisor, be a facilitator, be a provocateur to help the cities to pursue climate neutrality by 2030. We've also developed a bit of a transition map to provide a logic model and guide for them on the process. We're working on a tool called Climate City Contracts, which are designed to bring parties together as in a political negotiation, not a legal agreement, but a political agreement to organize the authority to take action and to better mobilize public and private resources. And then finally, we're supporting cities through piloting activity for cities who are willing to test and experiment on specific innovation-focused activities and projects. And that will be twinned as well to help maximize the learning process and reach as many cities as possible. Next slide. This is just a snapshot of the climate transition map. It's meant to just give you a very quick look at the kinds of activities and the process support that we're providing so that cities can follow a little bit of a process, embrace the iterative nature of innovation in pursuit of this, and begin to co-create with local stakeholders and others the way forward in learning how to become climate neutral. We often say that cities know what they need to do, but they don't know how to do it at the speed and scale that's being asked of them. Next slide, please. Needs, drivers, and barriers. One of the things we've done over the past year since we've launched is had several conversations with cities directly, as well as gathered information in other ways to understand their needs, the drivers, and the barriers that they see. And I want to just pick up on a couple of points here briefly because it speaks to the health component of this. So next slide, please. All right. The cities themselves identified 5 key areas, but I think it's also worth noting that this is something I think a lot of us had a solid understanding of. And the notion of working on the mission is we need to work on all of these things together. They interact and relate to each other and support each other. And it's different than picking 1 or 2 things in policy and governance, maybe one finance project, one learning example, et cetera, that they need to advance, but they actually need to work together. Next slide. They also need to build a local ecosystem of actors to collaborate and help them with that process. You'll note I flagged hospitals and other service providers in the public sector and private sector who have a role in promoting public health and well-being. Next slide. As a precursor to the mission, I just want to highlight something that we saw and worked on with EIT support to develop in advance of the mission itself. And that was to experiment with 10 cities in advance of this process, in advance of the mission. Learn what it might look like, how it might work, how cities might respond to it, et cetera. One of the key components of that is highlighted in the box. We need to help cities understand at the beginning of this process the economics of equitable, inclusive, and sustainable development, so that they're looking from the beginning at the total economics of what it is that they're doing. And I want to highlight that here in a couple slides. So next slide. This is just another way of illustrating that well-being fits beside several other things that we all identify with cities: mobility, jobs, reducing waste, providing green space and recreation, providing heat and power, et cetera. In our cities, we also provide for people's well-being and health. Next slide. When we consider that in an economic context, we recognize that there are several forces that need to work together to advance that work. And I've just created this slide as a way to illustrate how these different activities relate to each other. Economic case, strategic work with citizens, mapping the system, visualizing complex interconnected challenges, et cetera, citizen participation, et cetera. So you can see how all these things sort of interact and relate to each other. Next slide, please. If we're successful, and I'm using just one of the cities we worked with as an example, we're trying to help them go beyond incremental activities to something that's more transformational by using a systems innovation approach. And this is something we sought to experiment in advance of the mission itself, and now it has become part of the mission. So from the perspective of EIT and the EIT community, this is a good example of how we were able to drive innovation in advance of a large-scale initiative like this, and help to shape it and inform it in a process going forward. Next slide, please. You saw in a couple other slides, and I mentioned understanding the economic case for decarbonization. We started 4.5 years ago working to build a model and a tool to help cities with this process. Most cities are aware of what it costs to implement projects and programs, but they don't understand the full economics, including the benefits of those activities, those projects, and those programs. And so we designed a tool to help them begin thinking about it in the context of what the ultimate goal is, which is climate neutrality. And it's important to build a tool like that to help cities begin to understand how they can move a process forward. And I'll go to the next slide and just speak to that very briefly because there's some critical components to that. As we model what needs to happen in the city around transportation, improving buildings and energy use, reducing waste, transitioning to clean sources of energy, bringing green space back in, tree planting, et cetera, to further improve things in the city. It has very specific impacts from an economic perspective. Everything costs money, but many of those activities provide a positive return on investment. But when we start to look more broadly at the health and socioeconomic benefits, you start to see that there are a layer of both quantitative and qualitative benefits related specifically to health and well-being that deserve to be part of what cities are looking at when they're considering their climate action strategy from the beginning. And part of the reason for that is when you start to model the co-benefits of better air quality, reduced air quality, better mobility systems, less waste, et cetera, the health benefits are quite substantial. And they're substantial enough that they turn what could be a very large expenditure to reduce carbon emissions into something that we can see socially and societally as a good long-term investment in our economic well-being, our social well-being, and our health. So I just wanted to make sure that I made that very direct connection because we want all of the cities in this mission to be looking at that. And I'll just end with a couple of quick slides very briefly. One is Net Zero Cities is comprised of over 33 organizations across Europe working together to support the cities in this mission. You can see on the next slide. There you are. And again, this will all be available to you. It's all available on our website, which in the final slide, you can see there are a lot of ways to follow our work and get involved and connect with us through our website and through various social media channels that you can identify on this last slide. So again, thank you for the invitation. I apologize I couldn't make the trip. I'm supposed to be in 3 places at once this time of year, so unfortunately wasn't able to be there in person, but look forward to the conversation and discussion and wish you all the best today.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for this testimony, for those very concrete examples you gave us. Thank you very much. We are going to call on stage Antoaneta Angelova-Krasteva. She's Director, DG Education and Culture at the European Commission. Antoaneta, thank you for being here with us this afternoon. We're going to hear you in your state of play. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, with the lights, I cannot see the full audience, but let me just tell you that I'm really very happy to be with you here in Paris, and I'm very grateful for the invitation to the EIT Health, for organizing the event and for inviting me to speak. So, Jean-Marc, thanks a lot. Indeed, this event is a great opportunity to also demonstrate the close cooperation between the KICS EIT manufacturing. Very happy to have Klaus Betz with us, and also very excited to listen to his interventions and his thoughts on all the important subjects that were discussed in the previous panel. Certainly this event is a great contribution to the INNOVEIT Weeks. This is a format which is taking place for a first time, and a great occasion to actually celebrate the achievements of the EIT community in driving innovation and really go around Europe to demonstrate their cooperation, but also very concretely cooperation and their projects. From where I stand, just a few words, DGR, it's education, youth, culture and sport. So it's quite quite a broad portfolio that we have in our Directorate General of the Commission. And the directorate I'm in charge of is actually dealing with innovation, and we are the parent or mother DG of the EIT and the Knowledge and Innovation community, so we work very closely together with them. But I'm also in charge of the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions, a program which is under Horizon Europe, which supports the training and career development of researchers. And also digital education. And I'm mentioning this because digital was really amongst the elements that were mentioned during the previous discussion when we were discussing the talent development very, very often. So this is simply to illustrate that this particular directorate for which I'm responsible is like the bridge between education and innovation, and in what I'm going to tell you in a minute, you will see how passionate we are about this and how important we find really to enhance and further develop the links between innovation and education. Indeed, today's event and the whole Innovate Weeks are great occasion to discuss opportunities that exist, but also solutions to current problems in all the sectors. Today we are really focused on the health sector, and we know that the health sector is facing challenges that were already elaborated upon to a great extent in the previous panel. And what we see is the need for finding innovative solutions. So what is indeed very important is to see which will be the best ways to create and nurture strong and resilient innovation ecosystems, which will indeed lead to better health care in Europe, and more broadly will contribute to developing a more sustainable society and economy. I was really happy and excited to hear the very thoughtful views, thoughts, interventions for the previous speakers, the previous discussion, the very inspirational speeches that were provided for the two panels. Really thought-provoking. I took a very detailed notes of everything that was said and the takeaways from the previous discussion, because most of the issues, if not all, resonate with what we think in the European Commission, in DG ERC, and what you will hear also from me in the short speakings that I would like to share with you. It was said a lot about the pandemic, and I was indeed also happy to hear very concrete examples of what the COVID-19 pandemic brought as experience, what were the lessons, and how we need to prepare better for the future. It goes without saying that the COVID-19 pandemic was with a huge impact on our lives, that it was indeed a wake-up call to better prepare for the future, for future emergencies and crises. Something that came out very clearly, and what we have also seen as a lesson learned, was actually the need to work together, to join forces across sectors, and that was something which was underlined by many speakers with very concrete examples of how this could be dealt with. And here I would like particularly to praise and underline the experience and what the EIT and the knowledge innovation communities brought to this experience. Actually, the EIT Crisis Response Initiative was indeed an excellent example of how to respond quickly to unforeseen challenges, to such emergencies as the COVID-19 crisis. Indeed, it was great, and we were very happy to see the EIT and the knowledge innovation communities offering solutions across all sectors. And it was really from digital to urban mobility, but indeed with the health at the center. So beyond the pandemic, we see indeed many complex issues in the health sector, many challenges. It was already mentioned, the chronic diseases, rising healthcare costs, but also the aging population. And we all agree that all these challenges indeed require innovative solutions, as well as transdisciplinary and cross-sectoral thinking and approach. And we all agree against something which makes me very happy. It's always a matter of how this is implemented afterwards, is that to accelerate Europe's social and economic recovery and to ensure its future resilience and preparedness, it will be indeed vital to further strengthen and deepen cooperation. It is within sectors, within value chains, but also across sectors. And notably between academia, between research institutes and companies. Health in all policies is the theme of this panel, and I'm very happy that this is a great example of how to apply a comprehensive and integrated approach. It is indeed clear that the health challenges and solutions cannot be sufficiently addressed only through health policies and programs. They're indeed largely shaped and also impacted by actions taken in other areas, in other policies like innovation, like digital, like education and training. And here the EIT and the knowledge and innovation communities come in, giving a great example, something which was explained and demonstrated through very concrete examples, is how they actually drive innovation and how they help create and nurture innovation ecosystems, namely through the integration of the knowledge triangle, bringing education, research, and business together. This is, from our perspective, indeed the best way forward to create novel solutions and to embrace also the various opportunities that are provided by the rapidly evolving digital technologies. And that's why I would like to underline the great importance that we give to education and training, and this is why DG EAC, education, which is responsible for education, is also responsible for the EIT and its KICs. It recognizes the vital role of education, but it also shows the uniqueness of the EIT model and the knowledge and innovation communities. The new innovation agenda was already mentioned. This is one of the key policy initiatives recently adopted by the European Commission, together with the European Strategy for Universities. And why I'm mentioning the two strategies amongst many other policy documents and initiatives that are adopted by the Commission is that they work in close link, in sync. So the two initiatives are closely related with regard to the talent development in particular, as they really help enhance and deepen the links between education and innovation, which is also a key priority for our Commissioner Gabriel. It was already mentioned about the 5 key areas, priority areas, which will be covered by the innovation agenda. Let me once again recall them: access to finance, regulatory framework conditions, better innovation policy making, innovation ecosystems, and last but not least, nurturing and attracting talents. So the innovation agenda is actually building upon new and still ongoing initiatives and actions. That's why the knowledge experience of the EIT and its knowledge and innovation communities is really vital. They will contribute to the implementation and delivery on all actions of the agenda. With regard to the innovation agenda, it should be also mentioned that it builds upon a very strong base in Europe in terms of science, in terms of talent. It also takes into account the challenges that exist in each and every area, and also the need to respond to the challenges related to the open strategic autonomy. So these are all issues which are really addressed in a very comprehensive manner in the innovation agenda. But let me very briefly just give you a few examples of how the EIT and the knowledge and innovation communities will contribute to the implementation of this new agenda. First of all, with regard to the European innovation ecosystems, it will be indeed important that the agenda and the new initiatives and actions will build on the experience and knowledge of the EIT and the KICS with regard to the regional innovation scheme, where it contributes a lot in creating regional and local innovation ecosystems. Another example is the regulatory sandboxes and the experimentation environments where new innovative solutions can be tested for their future uptake. Here again, the EIT KICS have practical experience through their demonstrators, test beds, living labs, sandboxes, and other real-life experimentation activities. Let me mention here that the EIT Health has a very concrete experience through its EIT Health Digital Sandbox, which indeed helps startups to tap into the massive medical data available to create test environments where new products and services can be developed. What is also important is to underline that the new innovation agenda will promote new models of collaboration, such as the industrial alliances, and we already have some other KICS, like the raw materials and energy, who are leading such efforts with regard to industrial alliances. And the other model is the important projects of common European interest, the IPSI. A lot has been already said about the work that is currently being undertaken to create one in the field of health. Certainly, what is important for the projects of common European interest is their potential to integrate efforts across sectors and across your member states by pooling investments and resources. And indeed, I was very happy to listen to the presentation of the representative of the French Ministry of Enterprise, and I would like to acknowledge the work that France is doing together with other member states and the industry in preparing the IPSI Health. We see indeed a great potential to bring synergies, complementarities, and mutual reinforcement of initiatives with EIT Health, while of course we are taking note that the discussions with relevant Commission services are still ongoing. As noted by the Commission President von der Leyen, and something which was also acknowledged and repeated many times during the previous interventions, the talent gap is indeed a key challenge for Europe, for its industries, for SMEs, for enterprises. And we know that the unemployment rate is now at its lowest in Europe, while the number of vacant jobs in all sectors are at record level. And the health industry is no stranger to these challenges. I'm sure those of you who are working in the health sector know much better than I do, but the figure which is really very impressive is what we see, that more than 120,000 new jobs could be created over the next decade only in the pharmaceutical and medical manufacturing industry. And this certainly will require highly skilled medical professionals who will need to adapt and respond to the fast pace of medical and technological advancements. One particular action, new initiative I would like to mention under the new innovation agenda is the Deep Tech Talent Flagship Initiative. I think that I'm already gone over my time, but just a few points, if you allow me to make. And this is a new initiative which foresees to train 1 million talents in Europe by 2025, where the EIT and the KICS will be in the driving seat. Here, indeed, it will be great to make the best use of the knowledge experience of the EIT and the KICS in fostering technical and entrepreneurial skills. This will be a big ambition. Certainly it will require a lot of efforts. Beyond the EIT and the KICS, it will be vital to see how to also involve other stakeholders. So we are very much looking forward to discussions and reflections on the implementation, and look forward to hear soon with more concrete details from the EIT. Just one final sentence, if you allow me, because this is indeed very important. I already mentioned about synergies between the innovation agenda and the European strategy for universities. Just to let you know that the strategy for universities also proposes a number of innovation-related actions that will equip the next generations with the knowledge and skills they need to be innovators of the future. Certainly there will be actions related to developing innovative skills and teaching methods, and there will be a variety of flexible learning spaces such as living labs, incubators for student entrepreneurs. Again, a place where the EIT and the KICS and the wider innovation community can contribute. To conclude, I mean, once again, let me underline the importance that we attach to people, to developing the human capital. Again, I think that this is a common objective, a common challenge. It requires joined up actions, and it will be indeed important to succeed in driving innovation by putting in place the necessary enabling conditions, by making the best use of the available policies, programs, and instruments. And let me once again underline to make sure that cooperation, collaboration do not remain only buzzwords, but they really take place in practice. We see many excellent, really wonderful examples of that. The EIT and the KICS are such examples. And on the side of the Commission, we indeed look very much forward to the EIT and KIC contribution to the new innovation agenda and all other strategic policy initiatives. And I would like to assure you that we'll continue supporting you in your work and endeavors. Thank you very much. And
thank
sorry
you.
For being a bit longer.
Thank you for your enthusiasm and your great attention to the afternoon discussion, obviously. So now we are going to accelerate a little bit, and I'm calling on stage for the panel who is talking about health in all policies. I call on stage with me, except Martin van der Kamp, Education Director at EIT Food, is in remote live. I call Laura Tsioriu, Mandate Management at European Investment Fund. I called. We can applaud. We can applaud Laura. And I apologize for my mispronunciation. And I called Laurent Roux. That's easy, it's in French. Laurent is head of innovation section at EIT, and he will be the moderator on this panel. And I called Tan Lee, director impact at performance at EIT Climate KIC. Laura, I'm handing over to you, and we have a few time for the question at the end. Just maybe one question. Thank you.
Yes. And we have Martin with us, so good to see you, Martin. So good afternoon, everybody, both the people in the audience, but also we also have a lot of people online, so this is a great event. Thanks again to the co-organizers, EIT Health and EIT Manufacturing, for having us as this panel. I'm Laurent Roux. I work for EIT in Budapest. I'm the head of Innovation Capacity Section, essentially all the transversal topics but education, so anything has to do with innovation, business creation, the cross-KIC activities that were mentioned, and women leadership and entrepreneurship activities, but also regional innovation scheme and global outreach. So, and I will let my esteemed panelists, I had the privilege to work with them also in my past years with EIT, but I'll let them introduce themselves in the context also of this panel and the organization and the work they do with EIT. And then I have a set of questions for all of them. And also, hopefully we'll get a few questions from the audience because we want this to be really a conversation with you. Maybe with you, Laura, first?
Is it working? Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Laurent, and thanks, Jean-Marc and the EIT team for this very kind invitation. We're very glad to be here. So my name is Laura Angiuru. I work for the European Investment Fund. This is the European institution that is responsible to facilitate access to finance for the SMEs of Europe. We are part of the EIB group. The European Investment Bank is our parent company. I'm here because of a very successful collaboration that we have with EIT Health on the VCOE, the Venture Center of Excellence, which is a program trying to tackle the different health issues and challenges of this world and support innovation to help companies actually innovate and find solutions to health challenges. But also I work for education programs, and I think we will touch upon these topics in this panel. So looking forward for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Maybe a chance now for Martin to present your work with EIT Food and tell us more about yourself and the organization.
Yeah. Thank you, Laurent, and thank you for having me. And thank you for my apologies for being sort of a couple of meters high for you. It is very unnerving to see myself so big, but very much a pleasure to be here. So I'm responsible for all of the education sort of that is going on in EIT Food. So we are a sister kick of EIT Health, sort of all focused on creating a more sustainable entire food system. So that goes from really primary production all the way to actually consumer nutrition, etc. And this is actually where the collaboration with the friends from EIT Health has been really interesting, about that common intersection that we've got about kind of how do we explore this, and particularly when we think about talent, how do we sort of think about a kind of a common platform, as you were, that people who might come from the medical sector might go into food and nutrition, but also the other way around. And so having those conversations about how can we foster that as a principle. So very much a pleasure being here and to contribute to the conversation.
Thank you, Martin. And last but not least, Tam Tam from EIT Climate Kick.
Thank you, Laurent, and thank you, Jean-Marc and the EIT Health team for organizing this beautiful event. So to build on the previous comment, I had a Dutch colleague with whom I worked very often by Teams, and she had never seen me, and she said one day, you know, you could be 1.95 meters for what I'm concerned. And well, unfortunately, you can see I'm not, but that's how it is. So I've been working for EIT Climate Kick for 9 years, so more than 9 years, like Laurent with EIT. And this is one of the first 3 kicks. So there's InnoEnergy, there's EIT Digital, and EIT Climate Kick. And EIT Climate Kick was a bit of a bet from the beginning, because everybody said, oh, how are you going to innovate? There is no market for climate. And that's quite true. It was very true at the time. It's still a bit true. But what is true as well is that climate is pervading everything. I mean, I'm not saying anything new. It's pervading any aspect of life. And in particular, there was this famous paper from Lancet in 2009 saying, you can agree or not, but that climate change was the greatest global threat of the 21st century. So there are obviously documents and research on the links. It's very clear that climate change makes pandemics worse, makes not all of the pandemics, but most of them worse. It makes health challenges in general much amplified, and sometimes it triggers them. And conversely, the fact that you have poor sanitary conditions in many places just makes communities much more vulnerable to the impact of climate change. So everybody knows more than me in this room about this, so I'm not going to bring very much of a health perspective, but what I propose to bring is the fact that EIT Climate Kick has been increasingly focusing on the systems transformation dimension. So we realized very quickly, because we were working with people from all sectors that were trying to do things but just failing to find really a synergy, that if you want to save the climate or at least limit the effects of climate change, you have to go into systems transformation, which is not just working in all sectors at the same time, but really working on the interfaces, the interactions. And I think some of the things that we learned from the COVID crisis, some of the things we learned from the climate disasters that are happening, is that if you don't take the systems transformation and the road to resilience as a way to address it, it's going to be very difficult to put the efforts together and just act at speed and at scale. So that's a perspective I propose to offer, and of course something like that has been mentioned, the interdisciplinarity in education that is completely fundamental to sustain this effort.
Thank you, Tam. Actually, this is a perfect segue into the first question that will be for you and also for Martin, and of course, Laura, if you want to add on this first question. It's really and also as mentioned by Antoinetta in her speech just now, I mean, it's the recovery through innovation. I mean, do we have any learnings from this COVID-19 crisis, also what you've done as KICS, separately, together, and how should sectors work together to better prepare for this, the next pandemics, and to be more resilient and prepared?
So I'll give a first go. So as I said, of course, there are people in our communities working at the interface of climate and health. So to name two examples in the French ecosystem, there's Aria Technology, for instance, which is a specialist of atmospheric environments, and they're really working more and more on this interface. There's also another example, a startup you know very well, which is Kista, who have been pioneering those mosquito traps based on reused CO2. So there are myriads of ways to work together. What we did after the COVID crisis was not try to intervene exactly on mitigating the crisis, because that was not our scale of action and scale of time, but immediately to work and to support with the other KICS the effort for recovery and post-COVID recovery. And in this effort, you can see that there is really this notion of time building a road to resilience, learning from what happened with COVID-19 in doing that. So this is a mix, of course, of selecting solutions, which can be very, point innovations, which can be brilliant startup ideas, but it's also looking at going beyond that and integrating all of this into a road to resilience. So one of the things I could say is that there is no conflict in general between health policies and climate policies. You don't have really win-loss situations as it can happen with other things. But in general, there is no competition, but there is a lack of coordination of synergies, systematic quest for synergies, including the work on indicators and targets, which can be coupled. And the experience is that they are not really coupled as much as they should be. So that's something that could be worked upon. Another thing, just a consideration, is that I was struck, and many of us, I think, were, by the fact that those crises, if you talk about pandemics, but it's the same with extreme events from climate change, they struck us first because there are massive fatalities, and you have stunning numbers of death. And of course, those deaths are extremely important, but in a way, they're paralyzing. So it's not really the main trigger for action. And what is maybe more of a trigger for action in the longer term is the consequences of those. So you name it, it's long COVID, but it's also the degradation of livelihoods, it's the degradation of perspectives for individuals. And in fact, that's why the road to resilience seems to be such an important tool to organize the future response. There is a paper that I can recommend written by 2 Degree Initiative, Investing Initiative, which is called The Value of Life. And it compares, in fact, the lack of preparedness you had in COVID with what you could do with preparation facing climate change, but also facing the upcoming pandemics which are going to come. And one of the things is that you can't be only purely on a reaction mode, emergency reaction mode. At the scale of communities, we work a lot with resilient regions. You have to build the resilience not just on the threats, but also on desirable futures. And this is something that really demands systems innovation, because you can't do that in silos. You can't have every sector looking to optimize its response to crisis. What you need to have is a common definition of those desirable futures in quite concrete terms. What are the systems you're working on in a community or a region? What are the parameters? What are the identities on which you can build this resilience? And then you do this technical work of engaging all the communities, especially vulnerable actors, and then trying to see what are the interventions you want to do as a whole community on those systems. And then you project that back to the sectors and the individual organizations, meaning that they are going to act concretely, of course, and it takes technology, it takes finance models, business models, education, behavioral change, but that's something that you're going to do knowing that it's coherent with an action, a global action mode. So I would say it can seem very abstract. The experience we have working with resilience regions now with the mission adaptation and climate change, hopefully, is really that this is real work that takes time. So time is of the essence, but systems innovation takes a lot of time. And so it's even more urgent to get started now. And I think if we can do that across the KICS, in particular with the support of EIT, that's really something, a fundamental mindset shift which is starting to happen, but which is not really implemented in practice yet. And we're trying to pioneer this movement.
Okay, very clear. Thank you very much. Martin, you want to react on this and also build on your experience with EIT Food?
Yeah, exactly. So, and I think Tan has already mentioned a number of important points. Of course, from us, from having looked into the food sector, it became so unbelievably clear how fragile actually our systems are when they're built purely on efficiency. And how, sort of in our case, sort of in particularly in the food system, there was the issue of panic buying. Well, actually, it wasn't necessarily panic buying. It was just people doing something in just a little bit, buying a little bit more, buying one meal more per day because people were not eating out anymore, but sort of in the home. And the consequences that had for how entire supermarket sort of value chains were no longer being able to respond made it very, very clear. And that is something that, of course, in healthcare systems is equally so. And I think, so on that point, I fully echo what Tan was saying, is once we think about systems only in efficiency terms, we're going to be continuing to go into a similar direction, and we're not going to be able to address future pandemics, future kind of crisis situations in a robust manner. Because, and I think Tan is right there, if we stay within our sectors, then we might have our fantastic plans, but something else is going to happen, and that's going to disrupt the entire system. So building in that resilience is sort of beyond this very clear narrative on efficiency only is absolutely essential. And we need to have that cross-sectoral kind of approach to that to understand how things are linked. And so I could only strengthen the appeal for having systems approaches where we're looking at multiple nodes and understanding how multiple nodes actually can create an entire cascade effect if things are going wrong, but also how to sort of strengthen particular nodes. So one of the things that we, for example, did was, as a result of all this, we reflected on particularly the public health dimension of once we understood a little bit more about how COVID was actually affecting particularly people that were in the public health spectrum, in particular areas. And we then realized that actually the majority of, or the vast majority of medical students and healthcare professionals, when they study, they only get 4 to 6 hours of content relating to sort of nutrition and health over their entire 4 or 5 or 6 year degree. And so that's where we then stepped in and said that, okay, here there is a way to actually patch that up. So we created a MOOC that is freely available to all healthcare and medical professionals to actually bring that up to 12 hours, but to sort of include the sustainability dimension in that. And so it can be actually, once you realize something that is actually quite profound and very high level, then at that moment you can still couple it with some very practical and tangible actions to actually address this and to see if that builds up that resilience. This is, of course, not something that happens overnight, but I think that is where we as KICS and with our colleagues at EIT are actually very well suited to have those more rapid responses to seeing those issues and then to see kind of where is the place for innovation, but also the entrepreneurial mindset to actually enhance that entire sort of a resilience agenda and to drive that forward.
Thank you. That's also very clear on the talent side. Maybe Laura, before we move on to investment, you want to comment on this?
Yes, I just wanted to say that innovation indeed, and we saw it during the COVID pandemic, is very important to tackle the issues that are coming up during a pandemic. It's important to enable this innovation to happen, to also make available the financial resources that are needed to support innovation, meaning we need to make sure that these companies that are working on innovative projects, either for health or other aspects that are affected by a pandemic, for example, digitalization that was touched upon in the previous panel quite a lot, have the right resources, financial resources, to materialize their projects. And this is something that we're trying to do at the European Investment Fund. In the specific case of health, we work with the EIT Health on the SDUF Health and VCOE program or product, whereby this was not actually a reaction to COVID pandemic. We were a bit more proactive, so it was there, and I think the timing was fortunate that we were able to support these companies during the pandemic and enable investments into life science. But the message that I wanted to pass is that innovation is great. We need to empower it through making the financial resources available for those innovators to be able to tackle the real challenges.
So be prepared, be agile. This needs to be available, so that if it happens, they can tap into it.
Exactly, and not only as a reaction to a challenge or a pandemic, but proactively.
Yeah. So now if we turn to the investment side and what you do at EIF, I mean, in terms of ESG principles, I mean, how do you implement these? And what is the methodology criteria that you take into account in terms of investment? Specifically, do you take also health indicators into consideration when you build this methodology? And just can you give us some examples? I mean, you mentioned some with the EIT Health, but also other examples that you may have done recently in terms of investment.
Indeed. So ESG, I think a hot topic these days, and maybe a buzzword, environmental social governance. This is, of course, very key to the way we operate as EIF, but also it's very important for us to make sure that we work with partners and financial intermediaries that take ESG matters very seriously into account. And also we are aiming to do ESG compliant investments. On top of that, and on top of trying to manage ESG risks through pursuing investments that are ESG compliant, we want to have more positive impact to enable a positive impact to the environmental and societal challenges, and we are doing that through dedicated programs that we have. One of them being the one that I just described, that we are working with the EIT Health, the VCOE, which is very focused to the SDGs for good health and well-being. So the Sustainable Development Goals, but also our social impact products that are enabling impact investments to climate and societal, to tackle climate and societal challenges. So what is our ESG policy and principles that are guiding our activities is basically the ESSF, the Environmental and Social Sustainable Framework, which is a group-wide framework that has been concluded also after a public consultation. So at the EIB group, we are really making sure that the best practices are captured into our own policies as well, and that we evolve the way we apply ESGs, take into account the evolution of the best market practices. On top of that, you may know that we are managing resources of third parties, one of them being, of course, the European Commission. So the different resources that are mandated to us, they come usually with their own requirements for ESG. And this we translate into our processes and products, and we impose also to our financial intermediaries. As an example, InvestEU, which is the new financial program of the European Commission, for which we are implementing partners, requires us to run a sustainability proofing exercise, which aims at directing the EU finance into the right financial intermediaries that are able and capable of assessing ESG risks. Health, of course, it's in the core of the ESG policies, and we are also signatories of the PRI, the principle of responsible investment, and for this we are committed to adopt ESG into our decision making. Maybe to be more concrete on how we apply ESGs into our activities, I think we can see it in two ways. One is the application of ESG into our investment analysis and decisions. So, as you know, we work with financial intermediaries, which means that we have to select them to run our products, either equity, so in our equity line of service, we work with fund managers, and in our guarantees line of business, we work with banks and other debt financial institutions. To be selected, they have to be successful in a very thorough due diligence process in which we have incorporated the ESG questionnaire. And this is very important because we work with more than 1,000 partners by now, and we screen a lot more proposals. So we select information from the market on three different aspects. There are ESG policies and procedures, how they incorporate ESG into their decision making, and how they monitor and report on ESG. This is, of course, taken into account when we decide which one to select, but it doesn't stop there. We are really actively engaged with them and also with those that they need support to improve their ESG policies and the way they apply it, and also through advisory initiatives, meaning that we try to provide them technical assistance. We're organizing webinars on climate and environmental actions, and we are really close to the market to help accelerate the adoption of ESG and its evolution. And we are doing that on an annual basis, the ESG questionnaire, so we are constantly monitoring and also reporting to our investors and mandators on the progress. That's the one side, and the other side is what I said before, that we have dedicated products, and through our social impact programs, we enable investments into impact companies, and these impact companies, they can be from different sectors. Health, from what we observe, is one of the sectors that is very represented in these products, meaning that our fund managers have invested into companies from the life science sector, and also our banks and financial institutions have given out loans to these companies. The other important point of the social impact programs is that is the cost to the economy, the saving of the cost, because these companies usually they adopt operating models that incorporate people with disabilities, for example, into their employee as part of their employees, so they are active citizens despite the health issues they are facing. I think that was
complete
very
picture. I mean, we know the picture well because we work closely with EIF. I mean, as you mentioned, with EIT Health, EIF, but also, Martin with EIT Food. There's some work in development, also some guarantee products with EIT Digital. So I think it also helps us focus our activities. Obviously, we are aligned with the SDG and ESG and so on. But I think we're working with, EIF more closely. It helps focus our work. I don't know if colleagues. Tam, you want to comment, or maybe also Martin, because EIT Food, there is something on ESG working with the IF. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't. Yeah. Martin, you want to say a few words? Education side as well.
I think, and for us, it's that collaboration is actually really key to make sure actually that the entire investment spectrum gets a sense of kind of the importance of ESG in this, and that actually this is no longer an option. This is a must. This becomes just part of regular practice, and I think that is where collaboration with sort of EIF and EIC is just jointly is so important, that we come out with one common sort of voice in that sense, in terms of what are the requirements and the way that we are shaping this, because this is we cannot afford to have alternative forms of business anymore. It needs to be part and parcel for this.
Okay. Tam, before we move on, yeah.
Yes, and I think it links with probably another topic, but there is something with all of those crises, and again, it's true for pandemics, it's true for a lot of climate phenomena, that they are highly non-linear. And in fact, I think it's absolutely indispensable that you have this reference to SDGs and so on. What I would add is that, in fact, it's very important that the actors, and it can be startups, entrepreneurs, it can be companies, it can be students as well, they're made aware that the reaction to those targets is not a conventional one where you have, so many years to get there. You don't know at which point you will have to just trigger an acceleration, which is very radical. So I think it's very important that they have a view of the SDGs, which is not just functional, we have to tick the box, so to speak, but that's really something which is fundamentally, what is it going to change in the world on which they're going to operate. We have this discussion with startups very often about climate data, but I think the same is true with many health data. It's not telling them you're going to have more data as they come from space and they will be available. The question is, what intelligence do you build from there, and what the overall markets are going to build as intelligence from there. At some point there will be tipping points where those data, some of those data will become massively more important, and the SDGs will suddenly become not an option, or not just something that you have to tick, but something that's going to really shape the market and the future of your activity. So I think that's really part of this education you need to have, which again for me is connected to systems education, which is to say it's not the addition of 15 SDGs or how many you want to reach. It's really this understanding that things are integrated and they're highly non-linear.
Great, that's also very clear. I have one last question, if time allows, for the three panelists, and then of course we'll open for questions from the floor. So the last question of this panel is, what are the main challenges Europe is facing in terms of talent development, and what role can the investment sector play to support education across sector? Of course, we touched on that already a little bit, but maybe we start on education. Martin, you're the best place for this, if you want to comment on this last question.
Yeah, thank you. And I think one point is that we've come across is actually that understanding future skills needs is one thing. Actually translating that into something that is useful for sort of investors, but also for the startups is quite another thing. Because there's something about talking about, well, the workforce needs to have particular skills in 5 to 10 years' time. But what does that mean for a startup right now? And so this is one where actually working with startups, we found that they don't sort of necessarily realize what skills they're going to need to have, by which point, in order to actually drive effective kind of scaling of the business. And therefore, they don't know what to recruit for, but also once they've got people in sort of on board, how to work with the upskilling side of things. And I think this is one where the sort of the EU skills agenda has been very helpful in giving us a number of concepts to work with, but again, how do we translate this into something that is very practical? So I think another realization there is actually that one training is not quite like another. And this is one where you can get whatever trainings for free, sort of paid for, premium, etc. But one of the things that is often lacking is that visibility of how robust is a particular training, and to what extent is this actually going to help drive impact. And I think then turning towards the investment sector, I think there is a very clear appeal based on those kind of observations. One is to actually work with startups so that startups realize that they have current and future skill needs and how to actually address that in recruitment and in development. But also, how do you support sort of relevant sort of development so that actually the trainings that are being commissioned, that they deliver the impact that you want for your investments? And this is one where I think the additional dimension of deep tech that is coming towards us for the next couple of years is going to be a really interesting space where, for us as KICS, this is where we're going to be marrying deep tech with innovation and entrepreneurship skills. And what does that actually mean in terms of further capabilities that actually are going to be available? The final bit that I want to make an appeal for, and this is a little bit because this is my one of my own real areas of interest, is gender in sort of startups, and to make sure that actually there is gender diversity in the boards that are actually really taking that diversity dimension to heart, because that is also already your first step in de-risking some of the aspects of the venture, but also to make sure actually that there is that opening to think more broadly about training and the investments that you would want to make in that way.
Okay. Thank you very much, Martin. I think, unfortunately, we ran out of time, but I wanted to thank the panelists again for this very insightful discussion. I think there is going to be some wrap-up session. And a final word from my side also, I want to invite those in the audience, but also online, to attend the other INNOVEIT events. As Antoinetta already did, we have a series of many events across Europe, so please attend those in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurent. Thank you. Sorry, we can applaud our speakers. And Laurent, sorry, we have to shorten the discussion. We have the two last speakers. We really have to finish before 6 o'clock. So thank you very much for your comprehension. Thank you, Martin. And
thank you for having me.
You can stay, same process than in session 1. I call on Céline Carrera for the takeaway, the first takeaway, President of Work in Health Foundation, and Anca Del Rio, President of EIT Alumni. We're going to listen to you and we'll finish this event. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, and it's quite an honor to be being closing the session with Anca. So yes, I'm Céline Carrera, EIT Health Director of Education. So Martin is one of my peers. I'm also the president of the chairperson of the Work in Health Foundation. And so prior to joining EIT Health 2 years ago, in April 2020, so in the midst of the pandemic, I've spent 15 years working for a leading European medical society in cardiology, mostly working with doctors to design, develop and deploy medical education programs. So that's quite a jump, but I'm taking with me quite a lot of experience, and now being the Director of Education is really enlarging the spectrum, but it brings the puzzle together. And basically, preparing for this takeaway session, I took that from education. We start with the end in mind, and we identify gaps and their root cause, and that's essential to gaining clarity to have programs that actually have an impact and reach their aim. So I had that lens on when I was listening to the whole day really, and to this panel session in particular. Indeed, the afternoon has been rich and inspiring. It's very interesting to hear from this panel and the one before an increasing need for education to support this rapidly evolving environment. And as one of the speakers said, education is a vehicle, basically. Another person I have in mind said education is all or nothing, meaning you take education alone, That's that. Education is a vehicle for change, for quality improvement. It's a process. So put at good use, you can truly facilitate learning and change. In isolation, it doesn't really work. And Jean-Marc put the finger on it earlier, reiterating the importance of the knowledge triangle that is the wealth of EIT and its kick. Now, I have too many takeaways from today and this afternoon session, but I'll pick just two. So basically, the first one is, I will use the words inspired and in awe. So I guess, and this is a bit the feeling since I joined 2 years ago. I really had put the finger on this, but I really want to reiterate that this is a fantastically rich and vibrant and wise, very wise, lots of wisdom in this community that is EIT through the partners, the teams, the colleagues in all the sectors, so across the KICs. This is really one family. And I was told once that if you're not grateful about something positive happening in your life may never bring it back to you again. So there, I'm grateful. Now, my second takeaway is the word collaboration. It almost seems obvious when talking about EIT and the KICs, but is it? And this is one of the key tenets of the One Health initiative, collaboration. And I think today, through this event and this session, we had a peek at the outstanding potential of the EIT KICs and their ecosystems, engagement, governments, EU bodies coming together. And reflecting, collaboration requires quite a bit. I mean, open-mindedness, communication, organization, long-term thinking, adaptability, debate. I heard Jean-Marc mention debate earlier today. And importantly, it requires a very strong shared purpose. And I believe this is what we've witnessed today. Now, at EIT and EIT Health, several initiatives came to mind while I was listening to these two panels and this one in particular. Work in Health, if I may mention one initiative at EIT Health. This was EIT Health has initiated the creation of the Work in Health Foundation to address the evident and growing skills and talent gaps within the health sector and the healthcare industry in particular across Europe. So we identified this urgent need through a skills observatory, attracting and assessing talents as well as developing customized training programs. Work in Health for doing so is collaborating with many stakeholders to achieve the goals. From the corporate sector, obviously, the industry, they suffer from the time crunch, but also the academia, regional health agencies, also the Biomed Alliance, which represents 35 plus European medical specialty societies. And this is addressing collaboratively the gaps, identifying them and devising solutions. So the urgency is clear. We heard it throughout the panel. And what's really interesting is that through that collaborative effort and design, we now have a mechanism which is replicable fully and transferable to all sectors. So we're already talking with other KICs as to how to collaborate on deploying such. We heard Antoinetta about the launch of the new European Innovation Agenda, and I'm delighted to confirm that the KICs come together in a very collaborative fashion to embrace this DTTI, Deep Tech Talent Initiative, which aims to train 1 million deep tech talents by 2025. And we are already, for some weeks and months, addressing throughout the collaborative initiatives across EIT, from the HEI initiative, which is addressing the capacity building in entrepreneurship and innovation of higher education institutions, and bringing the deep tech talent objective into this scheme so we can better prepare them for the next steps. And I guess another important takeaway for me from this particular panel, which requires collaboration still, is this important message on system thinking. Indeed, there's collaboration, but having this system thinking is essential. So that should definitely be addressed by the education and the KICs. And finally, still on collaboration, my take is that creative and unusual collaborations should be further explored among all that we do. A comment was made today, it was from the panel before. It said something about collaboration and cross-fertilization that have not always succeeded, referring to cross-sectoral and cross-generational. So I think there's room to improve, and we should focus on this particular area of collaboration and unusual collaboration, still in a collegial fashion, to ensure that barriers to collaboration are addressed in due course. So thank you, and I'll pass the floor to Anka now.
Thank you. Thank you, Céline, for this precious personal insight. We're going to listen to Anka Del Rio. Thank you.
Thank you, Céline, for the brief intro. And thank you so much for having me. I'm actually traveling directly from INNOVEIT Budapest. We had an amazing event also on Saturday with the EIT alumni and in our togetherness, which actually was the keyword of the event, with the EIT and our colleagues at the headquarters in Budapest. So I'm Anka Del Rio. I am a thought leader in digital public health and innovation governance. By training, I'm a sociologist and health economist. And I am based in Zurich, Switzerland. So for those of you who don't know, but probably many of you already know, I'm wearing different hats in my professional life, and one of them is being the EIT Alumni President. At the EIT Alumni, we are building and engaging the community of innovators and entrepreneurs, graduating from all EIT education, innovation, and business creation programs. And we like to call ourselves as the network of networks, as we are counting on roughly over 12,000 alumni from all EIT knowledge and innovation communities, of course, from Europe, but as well from overseas. Our main strength is actually to drive cross-sectoral and cross-generational collaboration for progress and sustainability at the close interface with the EIT, its governing board, and of course the European Commission agenda, with a high emphasis on the next gen as the change makers and new future leaders. As many of you may know, 2022 is the European Year of Youth, and I would like to emphasize this in particular, as it is for us a momentum to engage young leaders with political, business, and civil society stakeholders to shape equitable, inclusive, and sustainable global futures in health and beyond. There's a fantastic learning actually coming along, though, that young leaders and next gen are driven by purpose, and they are seeking societal impact in their inventions and successful ventures. It is demonstrated, and I have been told in several occasions, that post-pandemic there's actually a massive mind shift towards purpose-driven entrepreneurship as well as responsible investment, which I think is exactly the way forward that we're looking for. And I would like to talk about the use case, for example, the net zero healthcare. I know in the beginning we briefly discussed about the impact that it has on us, and in theory we all know about it. But you know, there's a growing movement in the health sector acknowledging that the climate crisis, together with the COVID, the wildfires, floods, and other manifestations of an alarming climate emergency, it's actually a health crisis. Although many initiatives made it clear that we need to retool healthcare to be both pandemic prepared and climate ready, the paradox remains standing, and the healthcare's climate footprint is equivalent to 4.4% of the global net emissions, and it's projected to triple by 2050. If no serious action is taken by all stakeholders. However, there are industry players and startups that put a great effort in designing solutions to tackle healthcare decarbonization. So we're moving a step forward here, and we all know that we would like to get healthcare towards net zero emissions. Nonetheless, for innovative capacity to flourish, we need to move away from innovation as a sporadic activity, fueled predominantly by crisis, to systemically embedding innovation at the heart of policymaking and public administration. We now know that siloed actions are not enough. And I would like to refer to the recently launched OECD report proposing a systemic framework for building the innovative capacity of governments by claiming actually 6 major things. Acknowledging that patients are changing and trust in governments is at risk. Second, the technology and data are advancing at speed light, and we need to keep up with it and be more proactive. Public spending has soared in healthcare, and along with fiscal risk and systemic vulnerabilities, it still poses a threat for us. We need to gain ground rather than always reacting or running to stay put. And we need to bridge the gap between policy intent and execution. Last but not least, we need to reclaim public sector as an employer of choice and not as last resort. And I would like to give you an example of a very personal use case that happened to me in 2018. That was right before the pandemic. I attended a closed-door event in Copenhagen, Denmark, organized by the WHO. And it was the first symposium on the future of digital health. And I just want to say that hospitals were not there and big tech was not there. And as I was part of a delegation of younger participants, we posed this question to the organizers. Because there was just a stage filled with frightened and intrigued key opinion leaders debating that these players that I previously mentioned are driving the transformations in healthcare. Amazon was mentioned, Google was mentioned several times. And then my question was, why they aren't here? Why they are not invited? At EIT Health, we successfully managed to engage all stakeholders in driving resilience and innovation in healthcare. And I know this firsthand. And we supported life-changing inventions to meet the bedside of patients all around the world, not only in Europe. However, digital public health after the pandemic is an emerging concept, and the imperative of integrating it in the European curriculum is clear. We need to train the next gen of doctors, nurses, allied healthcare professionals to use and develop innovative tools and collaborate with other industries to foster breakthroughs in healthcare and life sciences. And I think that we have the best examples in-house, actually, when we are talking about Working Health Foundation and the great initiatives that are being deployed. We must learn to collaborate and not compete, and I heard this in the last EIT Health Summit, actually, loud and clear. And we need to do that in order to protect our health and shift from sick care to prevention. I would like to mention, last but not least, a very interesting use case, actually from Switzerland, involving manufacturing and health. So basically, there's a process innovation in biotech and life sciences that we are all aware of, but we probably didn't think about how do we break the silos and how do we integrate these so different industries like watchmaking and medtech. So in Switzerland, we are creating right now a very special knowledge transfer program that is supported by the government, the cantons, and the watchmaking industry. And this means it's basically an incubation in the watchmaking factories for medtech startups, and it's supporting them to launch innovations for the medical practice. There are plenty of successful stories out there. We are at the core at EIT Health, as I think our name already speaks for itself. My takeaway is that there should be no policy where health is not taken into consideration, because health is an integral part of our lives. We must keep thinking exponentially and start building a momentum, because life in 2050 could be vastly different from today. And we are designing the world in 2050 right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for this very rich and enthusiastic and takeaway. I hope you are all inspired by what you hear today, what you saw today. Thank you very much. So it's the end of the event. I thank you. I thank the speakers, thank the moderators, and you, the audience. Thank you very much for coming and inspired us. You can enjoy the cocktail until 7:30 on the ground floor, and we can make a little wink to another event tomorrow at Warsaw, Poland, in another INNOVEIT IT, which is titled Connecting Regions, Industries and Innovators. Collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. That's great. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. Bye-bye. Thank you.